This was just the wrong bill for this moment, and I am very glad to see Mayor Scott do the right thing and veto it.
A big decision from Mayor Brandon Scott vetoing the city council's pension bill. What this is saying about the persistence of Baltimore residents. And a heroic story out of Pigtown. The words from the daughter of a hero and his condition here this morning.
It's definitely colder as you step out early on this Thursday to kick off December and meteorological winter. We'll break down what we can expect today and into our weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It is Thursday, December 1st. I'm Megan Gillen. We want to check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers because it's a big day in the Weather Center. First day of winter.
That's right. Exactly right, Meg. Good morning to you. December, January, February are the winter months. Now, astronomical winter starts in about 3 weeks from right now, but it is cold, and we definitely are seeing those colder temperatures than where we started yesterday. Out over our downtown Baltimore camera, this is our shot over the Inner Harbor. Everything nice and calm right now, and temperatures have dropped. 36 in Westminster, 35 in Cockeysville, 38 your temp in Baltimore City right now, and we're at 40 in Annapolis. So a cold and clear morning, breezy and cool for the afternoon. We are tracking more rain as we head into the weekend. So your morning drive looking like we'll definitely need the heaters on, but drier conditions than yesterday morning for sure, with temperatures staying mainly in the 30s over the next few hours. Back with your full forecast, checking that weekend forecast as well as the forecast for the Ravens game coming up on Sunday. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we have your live cameras put up, and this is looking pretty great. Very light traffic out there. No major issues to report.
Well, it's good to see him do, the right thing for the people of Baltimore.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott vetoing the Baltimore City Council's plan for reduced pension requirements. This was a bill that was fast-tracked by the City Council President Nick Mosby. He introduced the bill on November 7th, and it was finally approved by the City Council last week. After a week of waiting, the mayor finally deciding to veto the bill. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, Olivia Dance will be joining us live to dive deeper into the mayor's decision and the impacts that this could have going forward. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, Baltimore police need your help to identify this man that you see right there in connection with a shooting investigation. This video is from November 5th. Take a good look. A 23-year-old man walks into the hospital after he was shot just a few blocks away from Pimlico. In this video, you can see the man police are after interact with the victim. The victim can be seen driving away, and that's when the suspect opens fire. The shooting happened just after 11 at night. If you have any information, you can call Baltimore Police, and you can remain anonymous. Developing now this morning, a transition of power in Baltimore City as a new sheriff, Sam Cogan, officially takes his post. He was sworn in yesterday afternoon. According to state law, the sheriff can be sworn in as soon as the state's election results are verified. Cogan takes over after unseating longtime incumbent John Anderson, who served as sheriff for more than 30 years.
There's a sense of urgency with the crime and the way it is in the city, and the fact that, I ran to try to modernize and reform the sheriff's office, and so I'm excited to be able to do that.
Does that mean you'll be adding to patrols, or?
Well, we have to determine what that's going to look like. But yes, that's one of the things that we're going to look at doing is adding to patrols, serving more warrants. We're looking at, working special events.
There's been no comment from the former sheriff. Cogan says that he and his transition team have not been given a chance to meet with Anderson since the election.
I'm like freaking out on the inside because I'm sad, but at the same time, I'm just glad he's alive.
Continuing coverage this morning following the explosion in Pigtown, Terry Bagley risked his life to try to save a mother and daughter jumping into their home after it exploded last week. Fox 45 News' Rebecca Pryor spoke with his daughter, and she has more on his recovery.
He's still in critical condition. He's still in shock trauma, so it's kind of hard to speak on it.
In the face of raging fire, smoldering smoke, and blazing heat, 70-year-old Terry Bagley making a split-second life or death decision. Fire officials say the Marine veteran was walking along Bayard Street when a sudden blast blew this Baltimore row home to bits. That's when Bagley, not hesitating to follow the sounds of screams, helping pull a 16-year-old girl and 48-year-old woman to safety.
For him to be that old and him to be courageous and brave, that shows that it's still good people in the world.
But his bravery also leaving him badly injured.
The ceiling collapsed on him. I believe he was face down. He has bruised ribs and he's in a cast from up here to down here on his legs.
His daughter Icy, who's currently on deployment in South Korea, flying across the globe to be by his bedside, saying Bagley's heroic actions in the heat of the moment, nothing new for her father.
It made me realize he stayed true to his military values, because we talk about selfless service a lot. I really look up to him. He was one of my reasons why I joined the Army.
And Icy arriving just in time for a major milestone in Bagley's recovery. Following 3 surgeries, Bagley's breathing tubes finally removed, allowing his family to breathe a sigh of relief as Bagley speaks for the first time in over a week.
I saved 2 people. That's the first thing that came out his mouth, and I literally cried.
The cause of the explosion remains under investigation, but we now know the 16-year-old Bagley helped save released from the hospital, and the 48-year-old in stable condition. Difficult to believe when looking at a home reduced to rubble.
My father is a good man, and he always, it's hard to talk about this. Just know that my father put other people before his needs.
On his road to recovery, Bagley's family requesting just one thing in return.
Just pray. Just pray and support. That's all I ask.
It's beautiful. There is a GoFundMe page that has been set up to help pay for Bagley's medical expenses. If you would like to help donate, you can find a link on our website, foxbaltimore.com, now over $35,000. Encouraging words from Governor Larry Hogan on a possible presidential run. When we could expect a definite answer. Plus, we are waking up cold this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if and when we warm up. 4:37 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Welcome back. Time right now, just about 4:40 on your Thursday morning, and we are on Friday Eve right now, almost the first weekend of the brand new month. Temperatures are very December-like, a lot more of those 30s out there than the warmer temperatures that we saw yesterday. So out for your morning drive here, make sure to get the heaters going. Mr. Bo says it will be the heater flow that you will need with numbers in the 30s over the next couple of hours. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines this morning, Governor Larry Hogan celebrating 8 years in office. During a celebration, he addressed rumors about a presidential run in 2024.
So, I'm not going to be making any announcements tonight.
The biggest hints came during 2 tribute videos. The first said, "Stay tuned." At the end, the second, after his speech, had him gazing upon the old Air Force One at the Reagan Library with "This is just the beginning" message that followed. Hogan told supporters that he will talk with his family and have an update next year.
New study just released takes a look at what work environments are the most stressful, especially in this COVID-19 time. I'm Liz Bonus. We'll share the list just ahead.
And a sigh of relief for drivers this morning as the grace period for toll payments has been extended. Still ahead, how long you now have to pay off those bills. Meantime, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the Fed is speaking and Americans fed up with out-of-control inflation are listening. A leading economist joins us to discuss the state of our inflation nation this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:44 and on the path forward. COVID-19 really stressed us out at work. That's the conclusion, at least, of a new study, which says that it is also continuing to impact our health. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains how.
Hey there, everybody. This new study examined the impact of workplace stress, and it provides a few ways for employers to make your office or your workspace a little bit of a healthier environment. Researchers surveyed more than 700 workers across the U.S. in the pandemic and asked about stress during COVID-19 in professions such as healthcare, education, labor, and service. One of the most interesting finds?
People had reported an increase in workload since the start of COVID, regardless of what their job was.
Thomas Girding of Ohio's University of Cincinnati helped conduct this survey. He says they also wanted, however, to find out how the stress of COVID-19 at work was impacting a worker's health. So they also asked workers to submit saliva tests that were taken throughout the day. Those saliva tests measured a hormone in the body called cortisol.
When you feel stress, your body releases cortisol.
What did you actually discover then happens in the body?
If you were to document, let's say a level 5 stressor event occurred, you know, you got in a car wreck on the way to work and then your boss yelled at you, for example, that would warrant a greater increase in cortisol levels compared to, a more easy day, so to speak.
The hope is that this study, just published in the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, will remind employers that in this transitional COVID-19 time, even in employees working from home, things have changed.
There was about 23% of those respondents that we had asked said that they felt a decrease in performance, and 21 felt an increase.
And all of us are recovering from COVID-19 stressors in some way as it transitions back. Now, previous research has also shown that cortisol, that stress hormone, can impact everything from waist weight to heart disease. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. Looking ahead this morning, the video toll grace period for drivers who do not use Easy Pass has been extended by 2 weeks in a last-minute vote by the Maryland Transportation Authority Board. There have been long lines reported at Easy Pass customer service centers. The new deadline is now officially set for December 14th at 11:59 p.m. The MDTA board says this is a hard deadline and there are no plans for another extension. 4:47 now, first day of meteorological winter, and meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know what's up. How's it going?
You know, I like that.
Yeah.
You and I were talking about this yesterday, Meg, about how you were like, can we just change it? And,
right. Have this officially be it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a great point. I mean, December, January, February, meteorologically, wintertime, and that's exactly what we're talking about. So colder temperatures, the sun would disagree with you only because astronomically it's got to get down to the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer and Equator and all that other stuff when it does the season. So either way, our live cam over downtown Baltimore right now, mainly clear conditions and cold temperatures in the upper 30s right now. Still dealing with that west wind at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. So some breezy conditions this morning, making it feel even colder. But notice that dew point at 18 degrees. We have dried out, so that humidity at 44%. You got to get that lotion on the hands, especially this time of year and all over for that matter. Here's a look at our HD radar, and yeah, there's some blue stuff on there in parts of Pennsylvania and up on toward the Great Lakes region where we're seeing a few of those light snow showers. Nothing for us here at home. Our rise and shine cast mainly in the 30s over the next few hours, but mainly clear conditions. And 7:07 is when that sun comes up. Back to bed at 4:44 tonight. Now, got about 3 weeks, until we get into the winter solstice, which is the shortest day of the year. And then our daylight hours start to go the other way and expand. Like that. 43 in Westminster today, 42 in Bel Air, mid-40s in Cockeysville, upper 40s in Baltimore City, right about 45 in Columbia. Those numbers typically in the lower 50s for the first day of December. Up and down the East Coast, we'll keep those 40s going for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. The warmest spot in Richmond at 50 today. Now, look at our temperature tracker. And tomorrow, we're back near average. We get a spike in numbers on Saturday, and then we are cold again into Sunday before we warm back up on Monday and Tuesday. You kind of see what's going on. It's that roller coaster that we talk about typically as we get closer into changing of the season. So this is our future scan. Looking out for the afternoon. We'll see breezy conditions later today as that ridge of high pressure is centered over the top of us. For tomorrow, a little bit more of a southerly flow will pick up, and that will help to pick up our temperatures and also decrease that wind. Clouds will start rolling in, and early Saturday morning we see our next chance for rain. That's going to be rolling through about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning into that 9, 10 o'clock hour right as you're settling in to watch the U.S. take on Netherlands here with the World Cup on Fox 45. Yeah, it's going to be a bit rainy, but by Saturday afternoon, that rain does clear out of here, and we're dry on Sunday for the Ravens game, our kind of football here in America, but it's going to be cold. So make sure to bundle up if you're planning to head out to the game. The Broncos in town. All right, 48 today, 52 tomorrow, lower 60s on Saturday, even with the rain, but then we drop again into the 40s on Sunday, and then more rain early next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning. Been looking pretty good here this morning. In the green everywhere you look with no major issues to report. Great time to get up and get out. Let's get a check of mass transit, see if they're in a similar situation. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Light Rail Link is experiencing a power outage, which is delaying the start of service this morning. They're working feverishly on it to get service up and running, and we'll keep you updated on that. Light Rail with a power outage this morning, delaying service. Metro Subway Link looking good. No delays or issues in either direction of that service between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. And out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 401 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC are on time for the start. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
A potential presidential candidate taking shots at one of the country's top education leaders. He's at a preview of what to expect in the next election.
So, the people of Baltimore are starting to be heard.
And the decision is in. The mayor vetoing the city council's pension bill. Words from activists who say this is a step in the right direction for Baltimore residents. It is 4:51 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. .54, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. An alarming report documenting learning loss across the country due to pandemic-related school closures has led many to declare a crisis in the classroom. Politicians see it as a platform for their campaigns. Sinclair Chief Political Correspondent Scott Thuman explains.
Elections and education intertwined as voters are courted over what they want in their child's classroom, especially in light of sobering reports of poor performance and lack of learning due to shuttered schools during COVID. And that rhetoric reaching new levels as former Secretary of State and potential 2024 candidate Mike Pompeo attacked the head of one of the country's largest teachers' unions. Who's the most dangerous person in the world? Is it Chairman Kim? Is it Xi Jinping? The most dangerous person is Randi Weingarten, he wrote. It's not a close call, challenging her to a debate and assigning fault for student decline directly to her and the unions. Weingarten, calling the comments pathetic, fired back, if he wants to engage in a real discussion about what children need to thrive, fine with me, but I will not be a prop for his presidential ambitions. Weingarten and unions a favorite target of the right, blamed for school lockdowns or controversial policies over a student's gender identity.
And too many politicians are making it worse. They should be helping us help kids and communities, not making it harder with their culture wars and division.
Pompeo was on a long list of Republicans who may take on his former boss, Donald Trump, in 2024, as he recently alluded to.
Personality and celebrity just aren't going to get it done. The American people did not want to look backward. They wanted to look forward. They care about what happens tomorrow, not what happened yesterday.
While ganging up on Trump may be one GOP strategy, talking education is increasingly seen as a path to electoral victory.
You let me go to school. You gave me a voice. You let us learn.
As Republican governors from Florida's Ron DeSantis to Virginia's Glenn Youngkin heralded so-called parents' rights and saw it pay off at the ballot box. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
A children's book in a Connecticut school district is raising the question of what falls under gender education. Parents in Darien Public Schools are divided over the picture book Julian is a Mermaid, which has been used in second grade lessons. It's tagged by its publisher as a gender identity book. The district has received dozens of comments, evenly split on its usage. Those against question if it's right for second grade.
I'm all for and support diversity in a rich education. However, there should be boundaries with regards to sensitive subjects with our youngest learners.
The superintendent tells Sinclair Broadcast Group that the book will not be removed. In your consumer news this morning, a recent trial suggests 4-day work weeks could be good for business. 33 companies participated in a trial with nonprofit 4-day week global. None of the responding 27 companies said they will go back to a regular 5-day work week. That's amazing. The trial showed an average revenue increase of 38% among the businesses compared to the same period last year. 97% of the employees in the trial also said they preferred the new schedule. I think we should all try it. Well, more homes are available, but same high prices remain in 2023. That is at least the prediction from a key real estate company. Realtor.com predicts a drop in home prices may not happen fast as expected next year. In fact, the realty company says it expects prices to stay high for the first half of the year and then ease out. It says mortgages could jump up to 7.4% during that same period. That means the monthly mortgage payment could be 28% higher next year compared to this year.
Mayor Scott has made a decision on the pension eligibility bill. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, all the details and reaction to his decision.
Another delay in a deadly child abuse case that happened more than 3 years ago. Coming up, why the defense is blaming the holdup on City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby.
All right, we're definitely colder as we get up early on this Thursday morning. The brand new month is here. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with our full forecast in just a few.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, December 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning. We want to check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Meteorological winter begins.
It is. That's right. Patrice, Megan, good morning to both of you, and good morning, everyone. And we are definitely colder, right on cue, but we also don't have any of the clouds are around. However, a bit breezy at times. Right now, our Towson camera looking mainly dry here, and a lot, well, drier than yesterday because the rain is all done. 36 in Essex and Middle River right now. Same number for you there in Bel Air, 38 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena, and we're waking up to 37 your temperature in Woodlawn. So our cold and clear morning will lead to a breezy and cool afternoon. We are tracking more rain. It comes back this weekend. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Yeah, it's definitely going to be colder with numbers staying in the 30s, so get those extra layers on. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's see what's happening on the roads in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And as we take a look at the cameras and highways throughout our region, at this early hour, everybody's moving along without issue. 5 o'clock now in a city in crisis. This morning, we continue our coverage of the City Council pension plan.
Mayor Brandon Scott has decided to veto the legislation.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the details surrounding that decision. Olivia?
Well, as you mentioned, Mayor Scott has decided to veto the pension bill, saying in part that there are potential ethical issues and he needs to maintain the public's trust. Now it's a decision that Councilman Zeke Cohen agrees with because he's been critical of the bill since the beginning.
Here we are with the council president putting out legislation that, one, was ill-timed because there was no reason to rush this bill, but two, lacked any kind of financial analysis. So to me, this legislation sent the wrong message to Baltimoreans.
The bill was backed by Council President Nick Mosby and attempted to reduce the number of years needed for city leaders to receive lifetime benefits for part-time work, going from 12 years to just 8. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly voting for Question K, which puts term limits on elected leaders. In the statement sent by Mayor Scott, he says he cannot sign the City Council bill into law without the benefit of a complete and thorough analysis. He also mentions there is no urgency to act because no current council members are prevented from serving their full 12 years and receiving their pension.
I am very glad that Mayor Scott vetoed this bill, and if the votes hold, it does not appear that the president has enough votes to override this veto.
Now we reached out to Mosby and the council members who supported the bill to ask their reaction to the mayor's decision and if they plan to try and override the mayor's veto, but none of the council members responded. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Since last week, we have been asking you, should Mayor Scott veto the pension bill that City Council passed for themselves? More than 1,300 people voted. Nearly all of them, 97%, said yes. 3%, just 40 people, said no.
The Maryland Public Policy Institute also responding to the veto, saying they applaud the mayor's decision. The statement says Baltimore residents should be thankful that their mayor was willing to stand up to his fellow politicians' self-interest. Hopefully, the mayor and city council can now get back to doing the basics that residents need of them, such as improving public safety, infrastructure, and city finances.
It's not clear if City Council President Nick Mosby will call for a vote to try to override the mayor's veto. He would need 10 votes to override, and as Olivia mentioned, he likely does not have those votes. Just 7 other city council members voted yes on the bill. 5 council members voted against it. Council members Mark Conway and Eric Costello abstained from the vote. Both Conway and Costello would need to side with Mr. Mosby to override the mayor's veto. We want to hear from you. Do you think City Council makes decisions with your best interest in mind? So far, 98% of voters say no. You can weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, we are feeling the impact of City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's decision to demote a veteran homicide prosecutor. Rita Wistoff-Ito was the prosecutor handling the Timothy Reynolds homicide case. She was demoted after being accused of giving information to the Reynolds family spokesperson.
Victims are entitled to certain information, and I think that Ms. Wistoff-Ito was providing information.
Well, now another case is being postponed because of that demotion. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a look at the case and what it means going forward. Shannon. All right, we'll get back to Shannon in just a bit, but from the Live Center now this morning, we are taking a look from New York City, where the U.S. markets are mixed ahead of the opening bell. Now, this morning, we are waiting on the Fed's preferred inflation measure to be released at 8:30 this morning, and that will be our biggest clue yet as to whether those rate hikes are working. Now, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index measures what we're paying for goods and services. We'll be looking to see how much inflation has changed both month to month and year to year. Now, inflation was stuck at 6.2% in the last report in September, still running hot, but down from the high of 7% in June. Now, coming up at 8:30, we're going to get an update on weekly unemployment claims and a read on consumer spending in America. That's important since it accounts for 70% of the U.S. economy. That's it for now from the Live Center.
As the crime crisis continues in the city, questions surrounding the Safe Streets program remain. Still ahead, we continue our intensive investigation into the program meant to deter crime.
And temps are chilly this morning. In fact, we're quite a bit colder this morning than yesterday. Make sure to bundle up before you head out. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. .508 is your time right now on your Thursday morning. Looking out over the Inner Harbor. Overall, not a bad start to the morning. However, it is definitely colder. And for the afternoon, we will stay cool, but we have a lot more sunshine for today as well. So overall, we will not need the umbrella today. We'll have another update on your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
5:08 and happening today, Governor Larry Hogan will be in D.C. speaking at the Quantum World Congress about quantum fuel.
The Annapolis Maritime Museum is breaking ground on its 2,600 square foot Merrill Pavilion.
And it is the annual lighting ceremony for the Washington Monument in Mount Vernon. The program starts at 5 p.m.
Well, we are feeling the impacts of City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's decision to demote a veteran homicide prosecutor.
Rita Wistoff-Ito was the prosecutor handling the Timothy Reynolds homicide case. She was demoted after being accused of giving information to the Reynolds family spokesperson.
Victims are entitled to certain information, and I think that Ms. Wistoff-Ito was providing information.
Well, now another case is being postponed as a result of that demotion.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost has a look at what happened in court.
Rita Wistoff-Ito was the prosecutor handling the Timothy Reynolds homicide case as the squeegee kid moves forward with his first-degree murder charges in the adult court system. But since Marilyn Mosby demoted the prosecutor, another high-profile case is being impacted. And now Shatika Lawson will have to wait even longer to find out her fate. Shatika Lawson facing first-degree child abuse, which led to death, and other child abuse charges, all connected to a 2019 incident where she was charged along with her wife, Alicia. Alicia's biological son, 4-year-old Malachi, died from severe burns. Prosecutors say the Lawsons did not take Malachi to the hospital for treatment after being burned from scalding bathwater. The women say it was out of fear of Child Protective Services. Malachi's body was wrapped in a blanket and put in a dumpster. Alicia pleading guilty in August 2021. Her wife, Shatika, is awaiting trial that was set to begin November 30th. That court date coming and going without the trial starting.
Ms. Lawson has been in jail, held without bail, for 1,214 days. By the time this case gets to trial, she will be held without bail for nearly 4 years. That is a violation of her constitutional speedy trial rights, and we were really hoping to go to trial today, but of course, the case ended up getting postponed for another 6 months.
Roya Hanna, Shatika's defense attorney, says the delay is because of City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's decision to demote veteran prosecutor Rita Wistoff-Ito. She was one of 2 prosecutors on Shatika's wife's case, and was also leading the high-profile case of the death of Timothy Reynolds, until Mosby claims the prosecutor leaked information to the attorney representing the Reynolds family in the criminal case.
I think the thing that really shocks me is that they made the spur-of-the-moment decision and they didn't have a backup plan. And now defendants have to deal with it, victims' families have to deal with it, police officers, medical examiners, all of the people who are involved, and the court have to deal with the fallout of this decision that she made without adequate thought.
Hannah says this latest postponement marks the 11th time Shatika's case has been delayed. For a while, it was due to COVID, but now Hannah says it's because of the decision to take cases away from the prosecutor. And Hannah says the delay violates her client's rights to a speedy trial.
It is possible that it could get dismissed because of a constitutional speedy trial violation. I'm going to be filing another speedy trial motion, and we hope to have that argued sooner rather than later.
Rita Wistoff-Ito has worked in the state's attorney's office for 2 decades and worked homicide for 10 years. In 2018, this video from the state's attorney's office shows Wistoff-Ito winning an award for prosecutors who handle, quote, challenging cases in pursuit of justice by devoting his or her time and energy in and out of the courtroom. 4 years later, Mosby took all of those cases away. And now homicide cases in Baltimore hang in the balance while the top prosecutor prepares to leave office. Meanwhile, Shatika Lawson's case delayed again, now set for a trial in May, more than 3 years later. New prosecutors have not yet been reassigned to these cases, and Ivan Bates will take over in January, but it's unclear what will happen when he does. In the meantime, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby in her office staying quiet about Rita Wistoff-Ito, as well as the cases that have been impacted by this move. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
It is 5:15. Getting into the holiday season, President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden lit the Christmas tree in our nation's capital.
2022 marks the 100th lighting of the national Christmas tree. The living white fir tree stands 27 feet tall. LL Cool J was the master of ceremonies. He introduced the First family and spoke about the holidays this year.
We know these are tense times for a lot of people in this country and around the world. Even around the holiday table, those tensions can flare up and remind us of those things that so often divide us. But through 17 American presidents, no matter what separated us, Americans have found some common ground here during the season of lights and giving.
The 58 smaller trees that encircle the national Christmas tree represent each state and territory, as well as some special schools.
The London Zoo is getting into the holiday spirit as several animals go on a scavenger hunt. Call it the Christmas countdown. Lions, meerkats, squirrel monkeys, they were all in search of some treats by opening up special advent calendars. The meerkats searched behind 25 doors to find some cricket snacks. The Bolivian black-capped squirrel monkey searched through hanging advent pouches, and that's where they found their treat. Oh, they were on the hunt. Look at that. And the Asiatic lions followed a festive scent trail of cinnamon and nutmeg to a calendar in their quarters.
Somehow I don't think they did one a day. I think they fast forwarded.
Went for it.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Well, HelloFresh is doing its part to get you into the holiday spirit. Check this out. The meal delivery service is putting together a kit with all the ingredients from Buddy the Elf's famous, Christmas spaghetti, if you want to try that, from the 2003 movie Elf. If you're unfamiliar, it is spaghetti topped with candy, treats, and drizzled in, of course, maple syrup. HelloFresh is calling it a, quote, the chocolate-forward version that stays true to Buddy the Elf's dish, incorporating crushed chocolate cereal, various chocolate candies. I thought there were Pop-Tarts in there as well.
Yeah,
marshmallows, and then obviously the syrup is what goes in everything he eats.
So I can neither confirm nor deny this may have happened at our house.
Did you make this before?
It has happened.
Is it as horrible as it looks? And usually I'm up for trying anything that has sweets, but that was a lot.
We didn't actually eat it. Our elf created that for Naomi one morning, and it was quite the hit.
It fit the three major food groups.
It did.
Candy canes, and syrup.
Right there in one bowl. You got it all. You're all good to go. And by the way, today is National Pie Day. So what are your two favorite pies?
It depends on the season for me, because I rotate based on the season. I know. It's very complicated.
Well, tell me what, then.
Pecan pie and pumpkin this time of year.
This time of year.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not a big pie person, but I'd probably have to go with the basic apple pie.
Hey, that's good.
Yeah.
Well,
you?
Good. I'm not a pie guy. Really, yeah. I mean, I'll have a piece of apple pie, but I mean, who wouldn't? But overall, yeah, not a pie guy. I want cake and cookies. All right, our weather headlines. Good morning to all of you, and we are taking a look at a colder start this morning. We're only at 37 right now, and we're only going to get to 48 later today. It will be breezy as well for the afternoon, and we are tracking more rain as we head into the weekend. You can see our wind gusts right now anywhere from 20 to 25 miles an hour, and that is making the feels like temperatures in the 20s. So almost all of us are below freezing. This is what it feels like when you get outside. So make sure those kids are bundled up as you get them out to the bus stop. Even a few light snow showers being reported in parts of Pennsylvania and areas just north of here. We're dry as well, but here's a look at our bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. Make sure, as I mentioned, those kids are bundled up for the day today, because even though our temps will be in the 30s, again, it's going to feel like the 20s. 40s by noontime and recess, and only upper 40s for the afternoon, and wind stays with us throughout the day today. High temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mainly in the low to mid 40s, a few upper 40s here and there for Baltimore down through Dundalk. Numbers at Howard and Anne Arundel counties just a smidge warmer in the mid 40s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Eastern Shore also staying in those mid to upper 40s as we take you through the day today. And overall, our future scan is staying dry today. We'll get more of a southerly flow tomorrow, which will help to bring up our temperatures just a little bit. And then our next weather maker, that's going to be the rain that's that starts on Saturday morning and stays with us through the first half of the day on Saturday. But temperatures are going up even with that rain that'll be around. 48 today, 52 tomorrow, back to the lower 60s Saturday, and colder but dry for the Ravens game on Sunday. All right, Mark Jones with the MTA. What's going on with our mass transit? Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. We've got issues out there on Light Rail Link. It's experiencing a power outage this morning that's affecting service. Power has been restored to part of the service, but as a result, you'll find a shuttle bus bridge in place between North Avenue and Lutherville. And there are delays on the southern end between North Avenue and Cromwell Station, Glen Burnie, including BWI Thurgood Marshall. Certainly allow time for travel on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link looking good. No delays or issues between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Mark train showing Penn Train 505 and Brunswick Train 890 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of Mark look good for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Fox 45 News continues to investigate the Safe Streets program as crime continues to plague the city. Just ahead, the calls for transparency. 521, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. .524, turning to a city in crisis. Getting details about the city's crime-fighting strategies continues to be a struggle.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost shows us how Safe Streets remains a program without transparency.
We've been investigating Safe Streets for over a year and using this whiteboard to keep you updated along the way. The program utilizes your tax dollars, and we know there are 10 different locations all over Baltimore. The city, we know, is changing the management of this program, which comes after our relentless coverage of this community violence intervention program. We continue to seek transparency from inside City Hall, demanding answers from the leaders about how they're using your tax dollars. We've gone to all 10 of the Safe Streets locations looking to talk to people about the program. When we've gone, we've either found no one there or no one willing to talk to us. We've been questioning Mayor Brandon Scott and Shantae Jackson. She's the director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. That's the agency overseeing the implementation of the Safe Streets program. We've been asking a lot of questions, including how much money has the city spent on the Safe Streets program? Where is an organizational chart for the Safe Streets showing the employees and their responsibilities? Who are the employees? What type of training is provided to the workers, and who provides that training? These leaders, they've refused to answer these questions. I even asked Mayor Brandon Scott in person why he don't talk about it. Here's what he said.
Why won't your administration let us see Safe Streets? I just have one follow-up question, though. Is
Mackenzie,
your administration hiding something when it comes to this program?
We're not hiding Safe Streets money because the contracts are all put out in the public. You can keep making it up in your head and saying it all over and over again, but they're publicly funded dollars. They're in the city budget. The contracts go through the Board of Estimates. If we have to give you guys a civics lesson every week, we might have to send you guys to Johns Hopkins University.
Thank you.
Because we're getting stonewalled by these leaders, now we're looking to Bill Henry. He's the comptroller and oversees the city's finances. He also sits on the Board of Estimates. The BOE is the one that approves contracts with the city and other organizations. So we're trying to get our hands on copies of the contracts the city has with the community-based organizations. Those CBOs, they're the ones that are operating the 10 different Safe Streets locations in the city. September 30th, that's when we asked Comptroller Henry's office for those contracts. Here's what's happened since then. On October 7th, Henry's spokesperson told us those contracts are being pulled and that there were between 10 and 25 different contracts. They said the law department would review them before we could get them. Henry's office told us those contracts would be available by the end of the following week, or October 14th, but so far, we haven't gotten anything. Now the law department is telling us our public records request is going to take even more time to complete. So now, again, waiting on the city to give us information about how your tax dollars are being utilized. We're getting stonewalled by leaders, including Shantae Jackson, who refuses to sit down with us for an interview to talk about the Safe Streets program. City Council had an oversight hearing to try and get more information about the management change for Safe Streets, but the hearing ended with few details provided. As long as your tax dollars are being spent on this program, we will continue to demand accountability and transparency from the leaders in charge. At the Accountability Desk, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
All right, Mackenzie, thank you. Encouraging words from Governor Larry Hogan on a possible presidential run. When we could expect a definite answer. It's 5:27 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning, the first day of December. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and meteorologists like to call it the first day of winter. Let's check in with our local meteorologist, Justin Chambers, with how this works. I like that it starts on
meteorological
December 1st.
winter begins
organized
today. Yes, December, January, February are the winter months, and so here we are. And on cue, temps have dropped. Taking a look outside right now, it is dry, so we don't have to deal with rain this morning. However, you will definitely need to get the extra layer on and get the heater going on your car before you hit the road. We're talking about 30s statewide. Cumberland over to Hagerstown, Westminster at 34, 37 your number in Baltimore City. We're right at 40 in Annapolis. So as I mentioned, Mr. Bowe says we are going to need that heater flow with temps staying in the 30s for the next few hours. We're only going to get to the 40s this afternoon, warmer with less wind tomorrow, and then rain rolls in on Saturday. We'll take a closer look at that weekend forecast coming up in a few.
5:31 now, and to a city in crisis. We're following Baltimore's controversial pension plan, and after much anticipation, Mayor Brandon Scott decided to veto the legislation.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with reaction and what this veto means moving forward. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, some believe that Mayor Scott vetoing the pension bill shows that the people here in Baltimore have a voice. The mayor says he believes there are potential ethical issues with this bill, and he must maintain the public's trust.
It's good to see him do, the right thing for the people of Baltimore. And it's really, just goes back to showing how the people of Baltimore have a voice. I mean, over 72% of people voted for Question K, which kind of sparked all of this. And what it shows that, people can get things done when they put names on papers and go to the ballot box. And not only that, make their voices heard when it comes to city council, social media, all these type of things. So, the people of Baltimore are starting to be heard.
That was Giovanni Patterson from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, who believes Mayor Scott's decision gives some power back to the people. The pension bill was backed by Council President Nick Mosby and attempted to reduce the number of years needed for city leaders to receive lifetime benefits for just part-time work, going from 12 years to just 8. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly voting for Question K, which puts term limits on elected leaders.
When we were campaigning for Question K, when it came to term limits, there was not a single argument made, well, what's going to happen with their pensions? That never came up. So the people of Baltimore spoke on saying, hey, we want term limits. We're the ones that pay taxes to pay your salary. We don't want to be dictated by the ones who we pay. So, for him to introduce a companion bill, as he's calling it, I think that was just done in the name of self-interest.
Now, PEACE says moving forward, it will continue to train people to be the next generation of leaders and help get people elected who don't have self-serving interests. Back to you.
Olivia, has Mosby or any of the council members reacted to the mayor's decision?
Yeah, Patrice, so we reached out to Mosby and the council members who voted in favor of this bill to ask for their reaction to the mayor's decision and if they intend to override the mayor's veto, but not one of them responded to us. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
I'm like freaking out on the inside because I'm sad, but at the same time, I'm just glad he's alive.
There is now a glimmer of hope for Terry Bagley. He's a 70-year-old Marine veteran who risked his life to save a mother and daughter by jumping into a Picktown home after it exploded last week.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from outside the medical center with the new breakthrough in his case and words from his family now. Shannon.
Megan, Patrice, good morning. Well, right now, Terry Bagley remains in critical condition right here at the University of Maryland Medical Center. He is fighting for his life after saving 2 others. But a major milestone in his recovery following 3 surgeries. Bagley's breathing tubes have finally been removed. His daughter is currently on deployment in South Korea, but she flew across the globe, making it here just in time to hear her father speak for the first time in over a week.
I saved 2 people. That's the first thing that came out his mouth. And I literally cried. My father, is a good man, and he always, it's hard to talk about this. Just know that my father put other people before his needs.
Yeah, that selflessness on full display last week. Fire officials say the 70-year-old Marine veteran was walking along Bayard Street when a sudden blast blew a Baltimore row home to bits. Well, that's when Bagley, not hesitating to follow the screams, he ran to help pull a 16-year-old out from the rubble and also a 48-year-old woman. He pulled them to safety. Now, we do know that the cause of the explosion remains under investigation, but the 16-year-old Bagley helped save, they've been released from the hospital, as well as the 48-year-old who is now in stable condition, still in the hospital. But it's just simply difficult to believe, Megan and Patrice, when you look at that home, it is now reduced to rubble.
What an amazing thing for him to do, and just prayers for his continued recovery. Is there a way that people can help support him and the family?
Absolutely. In fact, the family started a GoFundMe to help pay for his medical expenses, which we know are a lot, I'm sure. And so if you do want to help out with that, we have a link on our website. If you go to our website and you look up this story, you can find that GoFundMe page and get all the information you need right there. So just go to foxbaltimore.com to do that. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. From the Live Center this morning, we are taking you live to the U.S. Capitol here this morning, where the clock is ticking. The big unknown right now is the looming rail strike and how much this could derail progress. President Joe Biden saying that he wants a bill on his desk to avert a strike within 48 hours.
That the president believes that a bill averting a rail strike needs to reach his desk by this weekend. He is very clear about that because we need to protect the American families from a potential devastating effects of a rail shutdown.
Pressure is on the Senate this morning to pass a set of bills approved by the House yesterday. The first would adopt the tentative agreement that was reached in September with the help of the Biden administration, and it includes an immediate 14% raise, a 24% pay increase by 2024, $1,000 annual bonuses over 5 years, no increases to health care copays and deductibles, and 7 days of added paid sick leave. A rail strike could snarl the supply chain, sending prices skyrocketing for things like food, gas, new vehicles, not to mention delaying holiday gifts and wrecking the commute in major cities. That's the latest from our Live Center.
Following Marilyn Mosby's decision to demote a veteran homicide prosecutor from a nationally known case, how the decision is now impacting other cases.
Plus, we're waking up dry this morning after a rainy day yesterday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if and when the rain returns. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Tracking our forecast here, 19 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Friday Eve, almost the first weekend of the brand new month as December is upon us here. Our live cam over downtown Baltimore, mainly clear skies at this time. The wind is still kicking out there, so it feels even colder than what those temperatures might show you on the screen or even on your thermometer. You're out the doorcast. Grab a jacket, grab the sunglasses because we'll have plenty of sun today. No rain in sight for today, but more rain is coming as we head toward the weekend. Out for your run or your jog, you can see those numbers staying in the 30s. It is definitely colder this morning than yesterday, so layer up as well before you head out.
5:41. We're into the holiday spirit for sure. The Rockefeller tree is now lit.
This is the 90th time in New York City. That tree is an 82-foot Norway spruce. People from New York City and all over the world came to see that tree lighting. Look, there it is.
That's beautiful.
Some camped out for hours just to get a good spot, but we get to see it right here. Look at that.
I love it.
Very nice.
All right, well, our countdown to Christmas continues this morning. Just ahead after the break, your chance to win one of our amazing prizes. 5:42 is the time. .45 trending this morning. It is the first day of December, and Spotify is releasing Spotify Wrapped. The music streaming service compiles each listener's top artists and songs from the year. For the third year in a row, Puerto Rican singer Bad Bunny was the most streamed artist worldwide. Rapper Drake was the most streamed artist here in the U.S. Taylor Swift, The Weeknd, and BTS rounded out the top 5.
A Virginia high school student is coming up with a creative way to meet new friends at his school. Jack Cheatham started a charcuterie club with the only requirement for entry being a love of meat and cheese, of course. Jack says that he only expected a few kids to show up, but so far this club has more than 100 members. He says the club is about more than just delicious food.
Learn how to speak in front of people. I mean, if you would have told me 2 years ago that I was doing an interview on the news, I would be like, what is wrong with you? I've always wanted to make a club. I feel like they're very valuable for building stronger communities, and it's a good way to meet friends, and I love food, so I wanted to tie it in somehow.
And he did. A social life perfectly paired with a little education. Well, happening right now, it is time to open the next gift in our countdown to Christmas giveaway. You ready for this?
Yes.
Let's find out what's inside.
All right, so we'll open it, and then you can call in to win it.
Here we go. First one of the day.
It's a heavy one, too.
Oh.
Every year I want one of these, and every year I still have not gotten this.
You want to Vanna White this, and I'll explain what this is? You can step up your homework, your home workouts, that is. With TRX, this Home 2 system includes the training straps and system. It's a full gym experience. It's powered by your body weight, and this costs $199. It's a nice gift.
It is. It's a really, really good workout. And you can do this at home if you can strap it all up and get it. So there you go.
Here we go. Now is the time to call the number 410-481-4545. Caller number 10 right now gets to take this gift home, and your nails look nice. This is very good. Very Price is Right-esque.
Man, all right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. This is a good one. I know, yes. Do you need me to come and do your...
That's pretty good.
It's very good. Very, very impressive. Yeah, early. All of a sudden, we got a countdown to Christmas. We got more of those gifts to give away. Hopefully, we'll have another chance for you to win a little bit later this morning. I know we got a mattress over there somewhere and somehow behind that tree. Looking at our live cam right now, good morning to all of you. It is definitely colder this morning than where we started yesterday at this time. Temperatures right in the mid to upper 30s in Towson, but the westerly wind at about 17 to 20 miles an hour, making our wind chill number at 27 degrees. That's what it feels like. You can see some of these wind gusts anywhere from about 15 to 25 miles an hour, mainly a little westerly wind. So it's kind of blustery, and you can see those wind chill numbers are mainly in the 20s. So this is the number you have to pay attention to when you think about going outside and knowing that it's going to feel like we're in the 20s this morning. In terms of our wind speed going forward this afternoon, more of a westerly wind will be with us, but we stay dry today. This is our future scan, 3 o'clock today. More of that westerly wind, about 15 to 20 miles an hour. Less wind tomorrow, but it will be more from the south as we get into your Friday, and that's going to bring in some slightly warmer temperatures. But as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, numbers mainly in the mid to upper 30s. Sun doesn't come up until 7:07 this morning. And if you're hanging out at Reisterstown in the 8 o'clock hour, we'll be in those 30s overall through noon today, and lunchtime we'll see those temps in the mid 40s. Hanging out in the mid to upper 40s for a lot of us into the later part of the day today, but a lot more sunshine. High of 52. That's typically where we are to kick off the month of December. Lower 40s for Westminster, Cockeysville, and Bel Air out through Elkton. 44 in Chestertown, Stevensville. 46 in Annapolis, and should hit about 48 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Same number in D.C. with lower 40s for Philly and New York up the coast there on the 95 corridor. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying mainly dry today with that nice ridge of high pressure. Excuse me, as we take you into tomorrow. As I mentioned, a little bit more of that southerly wind will bring our temperatures up a bit. And then Saturday, this is our next weather maker. So we start the morning with some rain showers, off and on showers through the middle part of the morning on Saturday. This is right about when the U.S. is playing the Netherlands right here on Fox 45 with our round of 16 in the World Cup. So you'll be watching that while the rain is outside. And then as we get into Saturday afternoon and evening, we'll see clearer conditions, but the colder air moves back in on Sunday just in time for the Ravens game at M&T Bank Stadium. So upper 40s today, lower 50s tomorrow. We'll get to the 60s on Saturday, even with the rain, and then those temperatures drop back to the mid 40s on Sunday. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. It's been pretty nice out there. Still continuing that trend. 9 minutes, your longest commute from 95 to 83. That's pretty great. Everywhere you look in the green there. Let's get a check now on mass transit with Mark Jones from the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Light Rail Link is experiencing a power outage this morning that's affecting service. Power has been restored to part of the service, but as a result, you'll find a shuttle bus bridge in place between North Avenue and Lutherville. And there's a delay in service on the southern end between North Avenue and Cromwell Station, Glen Burnie, including BWI Thurgood Marshall. You'll want to allow time for travel out there on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link showing no delays, no issues on time service between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. And Mark Train with a delay, Penn Train 511 with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of Mark are on time for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Can inflation come down without triggering mass layoffs? What the head of the Federal Reserve just said about that coming up.
So, the people of Baltimore are starting to be hurt.
And the decision is in. The mayor vetoes the city council's pension bill. Words from activists who say this is a step in the right direction for Baltimore residents. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. On the path forward, a group of Republican senators are demanding an end to the military's COVID-19 vaccine mandate.
At least 20 GOP lawmakers say they will refuse to vote on the National Defense Authorization Act unless the Senate votes on an amendment that prohibits any service member from being removed from the ranks if he or she refuses to get the vaccine. They're also calling to reinstate the some 3,400 unvaxxed service members, complete with back pay.
Senators argue the policy, which went into effect in August last year, is the reason the military is struggling to recruit.
At a time when the military is struggling to meet their targets for recruitment, the Biden administration is firing soldiers we invested in and trained.
The Pentagon says the vaccine mandate ensures the force is healthy and ready.
The flu, COVID-19, and RSV have similar symptoms. So how do you figure out which illness that you might have? Well, a runny nose, cough, congestion, or sore throat could be any of those sicknesses. But with the flu, you are more likely at least, to get muscle and body aches and develop symptoms faster. COVID-19 is more commonly associated with a loss of taste or smell. Wheezing is a typical sign of RSV, an illness that children or older adults usually get. The only way to know for sure is to get tested. And again, all of those symptoms could be for any of them.
DoorDash is cutting more than 1,200 corporate jobs. The company posted record revenues while millions sheltered at home through the pandemic, but the profits haven't kept pace as people venture out. This month, while revenues rose 33%, the company's costs nearly tripled to more than $100 million. The company says it's now losing about 70 cents for each order it fills. The U.S. economy grew more than expected during the third quarter of this year. That's according to updated data from the Department of Labor that was released yesterday.
We're also learning about slowdowns in other areas like home sales and job openings.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has the latest on what the head of the Federal Reserve just said about how all of this could determine whether the U.S. can avoid a recession.
Economists and investors hanging on Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's every word, hinting a smaller interest rate hike, perhaps 50 basis points instead of 75, could come as soon as December.
We think that slowing down at this point is a good way to balance the risks of
slowing down on the pace of rate hikes.
Adding the full effects of their aggressive rate hikes haven't been felt yet. A monthly Fed report out Wednesday reveals generally stagnant economic activity. Even though Congress mandates the Fed to stabilize prices, lawmakers are having a hard time stomaching the manufactured slowdown.
I don't think Chairman Powell has much choice now but to move on this front, but that's a terrible solution.
It has such a ripple effect, but we have to get everything aligned.
When most people hear recession, they think layoffs. So far, they're largely affecting the tech industry, which boomed during the pandemic. Meta, Twitter, Amazon among those cutting workers. In Twitter's case, part of Elon Musk's restructuring. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen weighing in on the rest.
The tech sector is special. They've been hit in a slowing economy, declining ad revenue.
Across industries, there's still a labor shortage, and it's still adding to inflation, but it may be easing. Private companies added 127,000 jobs in November, according to ADP, about 60,000 fewer than expected. But there are still 10.3 million open jobs, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, or 1.7 jobs for every one person looking for work. Slowing down much faster are new and existing home sales as the Fed's action sends mortgage rates soaring. Some forecasts say a recession of some kind is inevitable. Powell disagrees.
I do continue to believe that there's a path to a soft or a softish landing. I do believe that.
A path Powell acknowledges is a narrow one. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
Well, a new report shows a record number of shoppers over the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. According to a National Retail Federation survey, more than 196 million Americans shopped in stores and online between Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday. That's nearly 17 million people more than 1 year ago. Black Friday was the biggest day for buyers, particularly for online shoppers, at more than 87 million people. Nearly 73 million people came to stores on Black Friday.
Mayor Scott has made a decision on the pension eligibility bill. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details and reaction to his decision.
Definitely a morning for a warm cup of joe as temperatures have dropped. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect not only today, but for the first weekend of the new month. It's all right ahead on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday. We're now in the month of December. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Happy holidays, basically, is what we're saying. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. You've been playing some music for us in the commercial break.
Yeah, absolutely. We got our tree over there. We're giving out more presents on our countdown to Christmas, guys. And we are taking a look at temperatures that are cold this morning. We also have to deal with wind and the wind chills. So your feels like temperature is going to be colder than what it actually says on the TV screen when you step outside. So Towson right now, not too bad. Everything is nice and clear with numbers in the 30s for Westminster and Bel Air, just above freezing in Cockeysville, 34 in Baltimore City right now, and 39 in Annapolis. So a cold and clear morning leading to a breezy and cool afternoon. We are tracking more rain. It returns for part of our weekend. Your morning drive, definitely get the heaters going. Maybe a little frost on some of the cars out there this morning with temperatures staying in the 30s over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast over on that big green wall. We'll do that in just about 12 minutes or so from right now.
6 o'clock now, and in a city in crisis this morning, we continue our coverage of the city council pension plan.
Mayor Brandon Scott has decided to veto the legislation.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with the details surrounding that decision. Olivia.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, Mayor Scott has decided to veto the pension bill, saying in part that there are potential ethical issues and he must maintain the public's trust. Now, it's a decision that Councilman Zeke Cohen agrees with because he's been critical of this bill since the beginning.
Here we are with the council president putting out legislation that, one, was ill-timed because there was no reason to rush this bill, but two, lack any kind of financial analysis. So to me, this legislation sent the wrong message to Baltimoreans.
The bill was backed by Council President Nick Mosby and attempted to reduce the number of years needed for city leaders to receive lifetime benefits for part-time work, going from 12 years to just 8. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly voting for Question K, which puts term limits on elected leaders. In the statement sent by Mayor Scott, he says he cannot sign the city council bill into law without the benefit of a complete and thorough analysis. He also mentions there's no urgency to act because no current council members are prevented from serving their full 12 years and receiving their pension.
I am very glad that Mayor Scott vetoed this bill, and if the votes hold, it does not appear that the president has enough votes to override this veto.
Now, we reached out to Mosby and the council members who supported the bill to ask for their reaction to the mayor's decision and to see if they intend to try and override the mayor's veto, but not one of them responded. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Since last week, we have been asking you, should Mayor Scott veto the pension bill City Council passed for themselves? More than 1,300 people voted. Nearly all of them, 97%, said yes. 3%, just 40 people, said no.
Well, the Maryland Public Policy Institute also responding to the veto, saying they applaud the mayor's decision. The statement says Baltimore residents should be thankful that their mayor was willing to stand up to his fellow politicians' self-interest. Hopefully, the mayor and city council can now get back to doing the basics that residents need of them, such as improving public safety, infrastructure, and city finances.
It's not clear if City Council President Nick Mosby will call for a vote to try to override the mayor's veto. He would need 10 votes to override, and as Olivia mentioned there, he likely does not have those votes. Just 7 other city council members voted yes on the bill. You see them here. 5 council members voted against it. Council members Mark Conway and Eric Costello that you see here, they abstained from the vote. Both Conway and Costello would need to side with Mr. Mosby to override the mayor's veto. We want to hear from you. Do you think City Council makes decisions with your best interest in mind? Taking a look at the results so far, 98% of those who have responded say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, we are feeling the impact of City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's decision to demote a veteran homicide prosecutor. Rita Wisthoff-Ito was the prosecutor handling the Timothy Reynolds homicide case. She was demoted after being accused of giving information to the Reynolds family spokesperson.
Victims are entitled to certain information, and I think that Ms. Wisthoff-Ito was providing information.
Well, now another case is being postponed because of that demotion. Shannon Lilly is joining us this morning with a look at that case and what this all means going forward. Shannon?
Yeah, we're talking about 11 times, Patrice, that this particular child abuse case has been delayed. And it was supposed to happen in court yesterday. Well, it's been pushed back again. So let's take you back to the beginning of all this. Shatika Lawson right here on your screen. Well, she is facing first-degree child abuse charges that led to death and other child abuse charges as well. They're all connected to the 2019 death of a 4-year-old boy. Shatika's wife, Alicia, also is charged. Her biological son, Malachi, died from severe burns after prosecutors say that he was burned from scalding bathwater. They say the Lawsons did not take Malachi to the hospital for treatment out of fear of Child Protective Services. His body was wrapped in a blanket and put in a dumpster. Alicia pleading guilty in August of 2021. Her wife, though, still awaiting trial.
Ms. Lawson has been in jail, held without bail, for 1,214 days. By the time this case gets to trial, she will be held without bail for nearly 4 years. That is a violation of her constitutional speedy trial rights, and we were really hoping to go to trial today, but of course, the case ended up getting postponed for another 6 months.
Now, for a while, those delays were due to COVID-19, but now defense attorney Roya Hanna says it's because of Marilyn Mosby's decision to abruptly demote veteran prosecutor Rita Wistoff-Ito, who was working on this case and others. Hanna says it is possible this case against Shatika could get dismissed altogether because of the constitutional speed trial rights violation. And in the meantime, though, this trial is now rescheduled for May. As for Marilyn Mosby's office, they are remaining quiet about Rita Wistoff-Ito and the cases that are being impacted. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. New this morning, expect an increased police presence at Towson High School this morning. The Baltimore County Police Department says the school staff members received a threat via email. Police tell us those threats are unsubstantiated, but they will have officers at the school out of an abundance of caution.
6:06, and from the Live Center this morning, we are taking you live to the U.S. Capitol where the clock is ticking. The big unknown right now is the looming rail strike and how much it could derail progress. President Joe Biden says he wants a bill on his desk to avert a strike within 48 hours.
That the president believes that a bill averting a rail strike needs to reach his desk by this weekend. He is very clear about that because we need to protect the American families from a potential devastating effects of a rail shutdown.
Now, the pressure is on the Senate this morning to pass a set of bills approved by the House yesterday. The first would adopt the tentative agreement that was reached in September with the help of the Biden administration. It includes an immediate 14% raise, a 24% pay increase by 2024, $1,000 annual bonuses over 5 years, no increases to health care copays and deductibles, and 7 days of added paid sick leave. Now, a rail strike could snarl the supply chain, sending prices skyrocketing for things like food, gas, new vehicles, not to mention delaying all the holiday gifts and wrecking the commute in major cities. That is the latest from the Live Center.
For him to be that old and him to be courageous and brave, that shows that it's still good people in the world.
A Baltimore Marine veteran's heroic effort not lost on his family. His daughter speaks with Fox 45 News as he takes a step in his road to recovery.
And we continue our coverage on the City Council's pension plan. Coming up in 30 minutes, we speak with a legal expert about what happens next.
Statewide, our temperatures are colder this morning, and it feels even colder with some of that wind that's cutting through you. Make sure to layer up before you head out. We're back with your full forecast coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. That is awesome. That is awesome. That's right there on our Christmas tree. And thanks to Olivia for getting that ornament of our traffic jam Jimmy, our beloved friend. Looking outside right now over the Inner Harbor. We've got a nice morning glow. It is cold. You got to bundle up before you make your way out here this morning. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect for that first weekend of December coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. On the heels of Tuesday's thrilling World Cup win, we are counting down to USA Netherlands in the knockout round. You can catch the action Saturday at 10 a.m. right here on Fox 45.
The Baltimore City and County Police are looking into a string of rideshare robberies. Just ahead, what people can do to avoid becoming the next victim.
Congress stepping in to stop American rail workers from striking. Just ahead, the tight deadline laid out for lawmakers. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Ride-sharing muggings. Riders getting into the wrong vehicles, thinking it was the one that they ordered, and then being robbed or driven to other locations. We know of 3 in recent days around Baltimore City. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Ed, thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning. 3 known attacks from people claiming that they were just getting into a ride only to be robbed later on.
Yeah, this is particularly scary because this is something that's become part of the landscape in America is rideshare. So, Uber and Lyft, et cetera, and all the others. And now if you can't even call an Uber without fear of having the driver be actually a robber who just stole the vehicle and is continuing to rob passengers, it's very scary. You can't tell people, well, what are you doing out at 3 a.m. in that neighborhood, or why would you do that? You're not leaving yourself vulnerable. You're just getting tricked.
Well, Ed, though, these ride-sharing companies, Lyft and Uber and some of the other ones, they have specific things saying, okay, here's the driver, here's the license plate that's going to be coming. They have photos. They show you. You're just supposed to look at that. Police are reminding everyone to do that. So what else can police do besides say, like, hey, follow the way that it's supposed to happen here, and then you won't be a victim?
Yeah, well, first of all, that's good advice. That's what I do. I always make sure I check both plate and driver and ask the name, because it's all on the app. But that still may not be completely foolproof. Look, I can't blame the police in this case. We got to start blaming the people doing this. You got some, vicious criminals are pretty creative in this town, and that's what's happening. But I just think it's just the overall tenor of what the city is now, where the police have a hands-off attitude. Don't be the police. Don't stop anybody. Don't stop any cars. Don't stop anybody in the street. Don't frisk anybody. And now people are emboldened, and this is why you have a problem. If you had checkpoints or car stops constantly, if they were stopping vehicles, there should be a program where Lyft drivers perhaps should just be stopped voluntarily. I talked about this before. You put a sticker on your car, the police can see it. And New York City,
you're driving around as a business. I mean, could they do that with cabs, though, with traditional cab drivers?
We had it with cab drivers. Cab drivers have a yellow light. They have a foot pedal. If they're ever in distress, they just step on it. The police can see this yellow light in the back of the car. That means they're in trouble. Okay. So, yeah.
All right, so then these places, though, I mean, Baltimore Police Department is not giving us any details here, but it looks like recently, though, a string of them, if you want to use that verbiage, then. So doesn't this mean that maybe it's one group that's organized, or are there multiple different people here? Police will not say anything about that.
It may very well be one group, but it won't take long before people go, hey, that's a good idea. Why don't we do that?
Copycat.
The downside to this for them, and hopefully the police there's going to be a tremendous electronic trail here. Mm-hmm. Somebody called an Uber in the beginning to start this with a phone. Even if it's a stolen phone, the person who was robbed may have a description of the perpetrator. If it's not a stolen phone, you're really stupid because you're really giving yourself up. If they're using Cash App and all this stuff is available to the police.
It seems like they could be sitting at one of these busy locations where they see a lot of ride sharing going on. I mean, you think like airports, but there's a lot of cameras there. So different casinos and everything going there. They jump in the wrong car, they leave. Oh, I'm an Uber driver, or they say they are, and that's when they're robbed.
No, I know. I'm just saying, this is going to prevent it. But as far as the investigation, they're leaving such a tremendous electronic trail. Yeah. There's no way they're going to get away with this because they're leaving themselves all over. Their fingerprints are electronically all over the city right now. No matter how many phones are stolen or how clever you think you are, they're going to get caught.
All right, Ed. Thank you. You could always hear Ed Norris every morning, Monday through Friday on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
Well, it's 6:18 now. We need to get another check of what is coming in what is going to be a cold day.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the answer.
Yeah, but the good news is, ladies, is we do have the sun that will return today. However, with the wind, it's still going to feel cold, and that's exactly what we're dealing with right now. I'm a little verklempt because we are seeing that wind that is out there and making it feel colder than it actually is. So we've got that morning glow. It looks really pretty right there. That sun comes up a little bit after 7 o'clock as those daylight hours continue to shrink. 20 days until the winter solstice. That's the shortest day of the year. But the good news is, after that, we start getting a little bit more daylight, heading back to summer. 34 your temp right now. A little northwest wind, about 8 to 15 miles an hour. Look at the dry air that is in place. That dew point at 18 degrees, indication of that drier air that moved in behind all of that moisture that we had from yesterday. We're still getting a few snowflakes flying up there in parts of Pennsylvania. So just to the north of us right now, some of that blue, but overall, nothing major. There's a big winter storm that is affecting the West Coast for the next couple of days. So if you're heading out to Portland, Seattle, even the Sierra Nevada mountains or areas around Northern California or Nevada, make sure to check ahead with those flights because we could see some major delays from that storm. 34 here by 7 a.m. for the kids. Beep, beep, as you get them out to the bus stop. We're in the mid-40s through noon and into the upper 40s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Golfers hitting the links today in our forecast. Upper 30s by 9 a.m. Maybe some frost delays. Probably at least a 1-club wind out there, golfers, and it's going to be cold, too, because temperatures are in the mid to upper 40s, but it's going to feel colder than that with that wind that'll be around. 52 is our average this time of year. Most of us in Carroll and Baltimore counties will be in the 40s today, from Towson over to Perry Hall and White Marsh, down through Dundalk and Middle River. Numbers here in Harford and Cecil counties, you're going to see the low to mid 40s as well for your highs later today. But again, the sun will be back up and down the 95 corridor, headed down to D.C. today at 48, with lower 40s for New York and Philly, and even 45 down the ocean. Now, pilots, if you do want to fly today, probably preheating your airplanes out there. this morning. We are talking about visual flight rules, and it will be a bit breezy, especially with some of the crosswind coming in from that west-northwest. Here's a ridge of high pressure that's going to be over the top of us today. For tomorrow, though, we get more of a southerly flow, so that's going to help to pick up our temperatures tomorrow afternoon as that wind turns to come from the south. Here's the rain coming in Saturday morning. Stays with us for the first half of the day, but by Saturday afternoon and evening, we are seeing that rain move out of here, and then another round of cold air settles in for Sunday, which means if you are heading to the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon, it'll be dry, but it will be cold. 40s today, 50s tomorrow, even lower 60s on Saturday, but we're right back to the 40s on Sunday, and then more rain is on the way early next week. Megan?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got a disabled vehicle on 95 north at the Fort McHenry Tunnel. We can't see it in this shot right there. Oh, I think if you look really close, you can see some blinking lights. The good news, we're not seeing any traffic backups as a result at this point. Just something to be mindful of. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. A problem this morning on Light Rail Link. There was an earlier power outage this morning on that service affecting things. The power has been restored to a good part of the service, but as a result, you'll find shuttle buses in place, bridging the gap between North Avenue and Lutherville. And then on the southern end of service, expect delays between North Avenue and Cromwell Station Glen Burnie, including BWI Thurgood Marshall. Certainly allow time for travel on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link showing no delays or issues on time service. In fact, in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Mark train showing Penn Train 511 with a 5-minute delay, and Brunswick Train 892 running 15 minutes late. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
A breakthrough in the case of this 70-year-old Baltimore hero who saved 2 people from an explosion last week. Coming up, we are live from the hospital where he is staying with those updates, and we'll hear from his daughter who traveled across the globe to see him.
Mayor Brandon Scott says no to the city council's pension plan. His reasoning for the decision and what happens next. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
In your entertainment news, actor Will Smith is opening up about that infamous Oscars slap during an appearance on The Daily Show. Smith telling host Trevor Noah that he, quote, lost it when he stormed the stage and slapped presenter Chris Rock. Smith said that he was going through something that night, but that it did not justify his behavior. In July, he addressed the slap and issued a public apology on social media. The Academy has banned Smith from attending the Oscars for the next 10 years. Well, this morning we have Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Snickers bars in a redemption story that really satisfies.
Johnson recently posted a video of himself returning to a Hawaii 7-Eleven store where, as a teenager, he says he used to steal king-size Snicker bars every day, one a day. The Rock decided to right his decades-old wrong by buying every last king-size Snickers in the store, and then he even treated the other customers to their own snacks. The inspirational transaction left the shelves bare, but Johnson's heart was full. He said he finally got to exercise his chocolate demons.
That's pretty good.
Well, the rain is gone for now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long we'll be dry. Pretty shot there.
Mayor Scott has made a decision on the pension eligibility bill. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details and what his decision means moving forward. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. We're all excited here because it is December first. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers on this first day of a new month.
Yeah, and it's cold too, ladies. Yeah. Good morning to both of you. We definitely are not seeing the rain that we had yesterday morning, but the clouds have rolled on and definitely seen that radiational cooling, which is exactly what happens when we have that lack of cloud cover. Temperatures allowed to drop overnight. Here's a look at that beautiful morning glow from our Towson camera. Thanks to the folks in the back for setting that up for me. I appreciate it. 34 your number in Westminster, 35 in Bel Air, 33 in Cockeysville, and we're at 34 in Baltimore City. But it feels like the 20s. Look at these numbers right here. With just a little bit of a light breeze out there, we are still feeling colder than those 30s. So you got to dress for the 20s, basically, as you head out. Get the heaters going on your morning drive. Mr. Bose says the heater flow for sure, with numbers in the mid to upper 30s over the next couple of hours, steadily rising today. Unfortunately, we only get to the upper 40s for the afternoon. Lower 50s, less wind tomorrow, and then there is rain in our forecast coming in on Saturday, even though we'll warm up a bit more. We'll take a closer look at that in my full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Now to a city in crisis. We are following Baltimore's controversial pension bill, and after much anticipation, Mayor Brandon Scott decided to veto the legislation.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with reaction and what this veto means going forward. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, some believe that Mayor Scott vetoing the pension bill shows that the people here in Baltimore have a voice. The mayor says he believes there are potential ethical issues with this bill, and he must maintain the public's trust.
It's good to see him do, the right thing for the people of Baltimore. And it's really, just goes back to showing how the people of Baltimore have a voice. I mean, over 72% of people voted for Question K, which kind of sparked all of this. And what it shows that, people can get things done when they put names on papers and go to the ballot box. And not only that, make their voices heard when it comes to city council, social media, all these type of things. So, the people of Baltimore are starting to be heard.
That was Giovanni Patterson from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, who believes Mayor Scott's decision gives some power back to the people. The pension bill was backed by Council President Nick Mosby and attempted to reduce the number of years needed for city leaders to receive lifetime benefits for part-time work, going from 12 years to just 8. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly voting for Question K, which puts term limits on elected leaders.
When we were campaigning for Question K, when it came to term limits, there was not a single argument made, well, what's going to happen with their pensions? That never came up. So the people of Baltimore spoke on saying, hey, we want term limits. We're the ones that pay taxes to pay your salary. We don't want to be dictated by the ones who we pay. So, for him to introduce a companion bill, as he's calling it, I think that was just done in the name of self-interest.
And Pete says moving forward, it will continue to train people to be the next generation of leaders and help get people elected who don't have self-serving interests. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
I'm like freaking out on the inside because I'm sad, but at the same time, I'm just glad he's alive.
There is now a glimmer of hope for Terry Bagley, the 70-year-old Marine veteran who risked his life to save a mother and daughter by jumping into a Pigtown home after it exploded last week.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live from outside of the medical center with the new breakthrough in his case and words from his family. Shannon.
Good morning, Megan and Patrice. Right now, Terry Bagley remains in critical condition right here at the University of Maryland Medical Center. He is fighting for his life after saving 2 others, but a major milestone in his recovery now, like you said, following 3 surgeries, Bagley's breathing tubes have finally been removed. Well, his daughter is currently on deployment in South Korea, but she flew across the globe, making it here just in time to hear her father speak for the first time in over a week.
I saved 2 people. That's the first thing that came out his mouth, and I literally cried. My father is a good man, and he always, it's hard to talk about this. Just know that my father put other people before his needs.
And that selflessness was on full display last week. Fire officials saying the 70-year-old Marine veteran was walking along Bayard Street when a sudden blast blew this Baltimore row home to bits. That's when Bagley, not hesitating to follow the sounds of screams, helped to pull a 16-year-old girl and 48-year-old woman to safety. Now, the cause of the explosion remains under investigation, but we now know the 16-year-old Bagley helped save has been released from the hospital, and the 48-year-old is in stable condition, which is simply hard to believe when looking at that home now reduced to rubble. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Students from one Anne Arundel community now have a bus to and from school, but it's not the school system's bus. Just ahead, why one mother tells Project Baltimore she believes the school system doesn't care about her neighborhood.
And sunny and breezy for the afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know what to expect for the weekend. It is 6:36 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
In Oregon, the season's first major snowfall for the Columbia River Gorge near Hood River. This video shows whiteout conditions above 3,000 feet outside of Hood River and into the Cascades. More than a foot fell, with more expected snowfall. A view from the nation's capital after rain squalls blew through. The Washington Monument highlighted by the setting sun, and to the right, a faint partial rainbow.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
.39. After much anticipation, Mayor Brandon Scott deciding to veto City Council's controversial pension plan. Here to weigh in now on what happens next, former City State's Attorney candidate Dhruv Ignarajah joining us live. Dhruv, good morning.
Good morning.
So what message does this send? What is the mayor saying here?
You know, for all the times that the public has been critical of the mayor, I think this is a situation where we have to give him credit for doing the right thing. It sends a clear message that when even when there's leadership in the city council that is pushing something strong, the mayor can from time to time stand up and do the right thing when it's clear and there's a clear indication from the ethics committee that this is the right thing to do.
You know, it's very common for the mayor and council to change their minds or have different opinions on certain bills. In this case, though, something that was so emotional here, that became such a big deal so quickly, would this create a rift between them?
You know, I certainly hope not. I mean, we need to see a functional city council working with the mayor. We need them working on things that are good for the public, not just good for themselves. Here you had a situation where the public sentiment was so uniformly against it. You had an ethics opinion saying this was inappropriate, and you had enough votes that the mayor was confident that his veto would not be overridden. So this is a situation where I think the mayor, both politically and on principle, did the right thing. And you got to believe that in a circumstance like this, you know, Nick Mosby is not going to get into a shouting match with the mayor, but is going to recede and retreat.
That I was going to ask you that. So you don't think that he would even try to override the veto? He would accept what the mayor has now said?
This was already an element of political suicide for Nick Mosby. To do it again when he knows he doesn't have the votes would just be reckless and foolish.
Why do you think he did this then?
You know, I really think he thought that he could get it through, that the mayor would not have the backbone to stand up to him. I think the ethics opinion coming in at the 11th hour provided the mayor the excuse that he needed to do the right thing. This isn't a hard one, right? This was an easy choice for the public to understand why it was so irresponsible for the city council to race this through. And once the ethics opinion was there, giving the mayor the ammunition he needed, this was just something that I think Nick Mosby didn't think was going to pass. They tried to push it through too quickly, and he overreached.
All right, through. Thanks for weighing in this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Well, the mayor's parade will go on as scheduled this weekend. Just ahead, what roadblocks they had to face to save the annual tradition.
And a youth football organization is looking for help from the community. How you can be a part of making their dreams come true. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:45 in your morning rush. The mayor vetoes city council's pension bill. Olivia Dance joining us now with details surrounding this decision. Olivia.
Well, Megan, some people believe that the mayor vetoing the pension bill shows that the people here in Baltimore have a voice. Now, the mayor says he believes there are potential ethical issues with this bill, and he must maintain the public's trust. If you remember, the bill was backed by Council President Nick Mosby and attempted to reduce the number of years needed for city leaders to receive lifetime benefits for part-time work, going from 12 years to just 8. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly voting for Question K, which puts term limits on elected leaders. In the statement sent by Mayor Scott, he says he cannot sign the city council bill into law without the benefit of a complete and thorough analysis. He also mentioned there's no urgency to act because no current council members are prevented from serving their 12 years and receiving their full pension. But I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up in about 15 minutes, find out how council members are reacting to the mayor's decision. Back to you.
A big case is put on hold. Shannon Lilly is joining us now live to explain why it was delayed. Shannon.
Well, this is a child abuse case, Patrice, that involves the death of a 4-year-old. And like you said, it's been put on hold. The trial was supposed to start yesterday, but it was once again delayed for the 11th time. The person charged in this case is being held without bail for more than 3 years. Well, Roya Hanna, the defense attorney, says it's all because Marilyn Mosby made the decision to abruptly demote veteran prosecutor Rita Wistoff-Ito, who was working on this case and others. But coming up, I'll have more details on this case, and we are going to hear how Mosby's decision could impact the outcome of this case. Now back to you.
The city of Baltimore will receive part of a $500 million settlement over water contamination. Chemical maker Monsanto will pay $537 million to communities across the country for contaminating municipal water supplies with PCBs. Those chemicals were used in electrical equipment and other products from the 1930s until the 70s, when they were banned by federal law. The money will go toward monitoring contamination in the future, clearing water systems, and compensating those impacted. Well, the mayor's Christmas parade will go on as scheduled this Sunday after there were some staffing concerns that threatened the date.
The city originally claimed that there wouldn't be enough police resources to secure the parade since the Ravens have a home game on the same day. A spokesperson for the mayor said that the administration has been working with local agencies to address those concerns, and it's a relief for many who are looking forward to this annual tradition.
I've been there at least once every other week, but sometimes once a week ever since May at that office. There's any issue of any problem of anything at all. People are coming from all over the tri-state area to have their bands, their floats, all the Star Wars people, all the Maroonies.
Mayor Scott will be in attendance to kick off Sunday's parade. And stay with Fox 45 News. In our 8 o'clock hour, we are going to speak with Miss Yuletide herself and the chairman of the Christmas Parade Committee. Chief Meteorologist Jonathan Myers is going to be in the parade along with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax.
Always a fun thing to do. Let's go ahead and check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers now, who I think... There it is.
Yeah, these are left back there. I think they're going to put these on their cars or something.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. So you'll see John. So Myers is going to do something. That's good. All right, good. He's actually putting them to work. I like that. No, it'll be a good day. You know, it's going to be cold for that parade on Sunday, but dry. And the organizers of the parade have emailed me, and they've put it on me to make sure that the weather is good for the parade, being that I used to live in Hamden. So you're welcome. It's just going to be cold. Hot chocolate for sure. Maybe a little something extra in that hot chocolate if you want to really get you warmed up on Sunday. Towson right now looking good. We've got mainly clear skies. That sun is coming up in just a little bit from right now. In fact, after 7 o'clock is your official sunrise. 34 your temp right now in Towson. The wind chill of 27 degrees. So that's the number to pay attention to, especially as you get the kids out to the bus stop over the next couple of hours. We're picking up a few light snow showers in parts of Pennsylvania, up into western New York as well. But other than that, not much happening with dry conditions here. And you can see Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around today. Next 12 hours, numbers in the mid to upper 40s is where we will be. The average this time of year in the lower 50s. So definitely below that average number with a high of 48 expected. And you can see that sun will be up until 4:44 tonight. 52 is your average this time of year. Lower 40s for some of you in Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. Mid 40s, Chestertown, Stevensville and the Eastern Shore, and even 48 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Temps across the country. It looks like December 1st. Look at those 30s in Chicago and Detroit, even upper 40s in Nashville, 50 in Memphis. Meanwhile, a big winter storm impacting a large portion of the West Coast. So if you're heading out to Seattle, Portland, into parts of Northern California, Nevada, just be aware of some delays there due to that storm. Ridge of high pressure settling in nicely today. A little bit of that westerly wind will be with us for the afternoon. Tomorrow, more of a southerly wind, and that actually helps to get our temperatures kicked back up a few more degrees. And then on Saturday morning, we start with rain showers. That rain stays with us through about 10 o'clock in the morning. Of course, you'll be watching USA versus Netherlands in the World Cup right here on Fox 45. So it'll be great to be indoors while the rain rolls through. And then in the afternoon, when hopefully we're outside celebrating, it will be drier as well. Here's Sunday, and look at that. Nothing but mainly clear skies, a few clouds here and there, but it will be colder on Sunday. And you can see that right here with your 7-day forecast. So 48 today with lower 50s tomorrow. We actually get to the lower 60s Saturday, even with the rain, but only mid 40s by Sunday afternoon. Back to you.
Well, let's take a look now at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. We are hearing about a couple of things happening, 2 reports of accidents. The first is on the 695 outer loop right at Perring Parkway. As of now, all of the lanes are open, so that is the good news, although it's still slow go. Now, the other accident, that one is just past Wilkins Avenue, and you're taking a look at that scene. 4 vehicles involved, and it's closing the 2 right traffic lanes and the shoulder there. So give yourself some extra time as you're heading out today.
Have a memorable holiday experience on the water, the type of festive cruises you can take in Baltimore and beyond.
But first, we are cruising into this Thursday morning,
and we're doing it with a coffee break. 6:55 in this morning's Assignment America. Concerns are growing over anti-Semitism in America.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell shares more about what we're learning.
They are images from the last 5 years. Many 50 years ago thought we'd never see again. While anti-Semitism is on the rise internationally, there are also staggering numbers of incidents here at home, recently detailed by FBI Director Christopher Wray.
We've seen about 63% of religious hate crimes overall are motivated by anti-Semitism, and that's targeting a group that just makes up about 2.4% of the American population.
This at a time the former president, who days after announcing he's running again, had dinner at Mar-a-Lago with outspoken anti-Semite and white nationalist Nick Fuentes, along with rapper Kanye West, who goes by Ye.
So Trump is really impressed with Nick Fuentes.
That dinner met with fierce criticism from Democrats and Republicans on Capitol Hill.
There is no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism or white supremacy.
That is just an utter disgrace. That is un-American.
Some Democrats earlier this year also accused by the Anti-Defamation League of espousing troubling rhetoric on Israel, including Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, slammed by fellow Democrats recently for these comments.
You cannot claim to hold progressive values, yet back Israel's apartheid government.
Experts caution, though, criticism of Israel is not the same as blatantly anti-Semitic rhetoric, and also say this troubling trend has been aided by social media, where many people's comments are protected by the First Amendment. But they add there is still a limit.
But freedom of speech isn't the freedom to slander people. Freedom of expression isn't the freedom to incite violence.
The massacre 4 years ago at the Tree of Life Synagogue, the subject of a new HBO documentary.
Suspects talking about all these Jews need to die.
As law enforcement deals with mounting threats and a shocking turn backward. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
6:57 and happening now. The superintendent of one of Florida's top public school districts' job is at risk.
Many in the community suspect political ideologies are playing a role. The school board for one of Florida's top public school districts wants the superintendent gone. Dr. Brennan Asplin took on the role in 2020. The Sarasota County Public School District Board met Tuesday night to consider terminating him.
Many in the community accuse the conservative board of having a political agenda. However, board chair Bridget Ziegler told the National Desk Angela Brown that's not the case.
It's just a model that needs to take place. You have to have good communication, good trust and faith in one another, and it unfortunately has eroded.
Well, Asplin will remain superintendent while severance negotiations are underway. He says politics need to get, quote, out of the school system. Sinclair Broadcast Group was referred to video of Tuesday's meeting when asking the district for comment.
Mayor Scott has made a decision on the pension eligibility bill. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details and reaction to his decision.
I think the thing that really shocks me is that they made this spur of the moment decision and they didn't have a backup plan.
City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's decision to demote a homicide prosecutor is having a ripple effect. The most recent case that felt the impact in court.
As we slide right into your Thursday, it's Friday Eve, the first day of the brand new month. We'll take a look at those colder temperatures and when and if we get some warmer numbers. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to all of you on this Thursday. It is December 1st, the final month of 2022. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. I didn't think about it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's moving. Once you get past Thanksgiving, I feel like it flies into the new year. It's right around the corner.
And into winter, at least meteorologically speaking. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with that.
Good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you as well. On cue, temps colder for this morning. No rain to speak of, but we definitely have that beautiful shot here in Towson with lots of sunshine. Well, eventually sunny skies with the sun coming up, but clear skies. A little bit of wind still, 20 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts in Frederick out through Denton and Easton right now. Wind has calmed down over Baltimore City, but still feels like temperatures in the 20s, even with just a light breeze. This is what you have to plan for as you and the kids get outside. Make sure to layer up because it is definitely going to be a shock to the system considering where we were yesterday morning at this time. We're back with your full forecast. We're going to break that down for you in terms of what we can expect for the weekend ahead. That's all coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we're hearing reports of 2 major incidents this morning. We've got some live looks of a major one right here on the 695 outer loop just past Wilkins Avenue. That's the bottom right-hand corner there. 4 vehicles involved in that. Now closing the right traffic lanes, right shoulder. But as you look past it, it's moving. The other incident also on 695, that's the top left-hand corner there. This is the outer loop at Perring Parkway. As of now, all of those lanes are opening, but they are just crawling through that area.
In a city in crisis, this morning we continue our coverage of the City Council pension plan.
Mayor Brandon Scott has decided to veto the legislation.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with the details surrounding that decision. Olivia.
Well, as you mentioned, Mayor Scott has decided to veto the pension bill, saying in part that there are ethical issues and he must maintain the public's trust. Now, this is a decision that Councilman Zeke Cohen agrees with because he's been critical of this bill since the beginning.
Here we are with the council president putting out legislation that, one, was ill-timed because there was no reason to rush this bill, but two, lacked any kind of financial analysis. So to me, this legislation sent the wrong message to Baltimoreans.
The bill was backed by Council President Nick Mosby and attempted to reduce the number of years needed for city leaders to receive lifetime benefits for part-time work, going from 12 years to just 8. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly voting for Question K, which puts term limits on elected leaders. In the statement sent by Mayor Scott, he says he cannot sign the city council bill into law without the benefit of a complete and thorough analysis. He also mentions there's no urgency to act because no current council members are prevented from serving their full 12 years and receiving their pension.
I am very glad that Mayor Scott vetoed this bill, and if the votes hold, it does not appear that the president has enough votes to override this veto.
Now, we reached out to Mosby and the council members who supported the bill to ask their reaction to the mayor's decision and if they are attempting to try to override the mayor's veto, but none of them responded to us. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. Since last week, we've been asking you, should Mayor Scott veto the pension bill that City Council passed for themselves? More than 1,300 people voted. Nearly all of them, 97%, said yes. 3%, just 40 people, said no.
The Maryland Public Policy Institute also responding to the veto, saying they applaud the mayor's decision. The statement says Baltimore residents should be thankful that their mayor was willing to stand up to his fellow politicians' self-interest. Hopefully the mayor and city council can now get back to doing the basics that residents need of them, such as improving public safety, infrastructure, and city finances.
It's not clear if City Council President Nick Mosby will call for a vote to try and override the mayor's veto. He would need 10 votes to override. As you heard Olivia mention, he likely does not have those votes. Just 7 other city council members voted yes on this bill. They're pictured right here. 5 council members, you see there, voted against it. Council members Mark Conway and Eric Costello, they abstained from the vote. Both Conway and Costello would need to side with Mr. Mosby to override the mayor's veto. We want to hear from you. Do you think City Council makes decisions with your best interest in mind? So far, 98% of those who have responded say no. You can weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, the impact of City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's decision to demote a veteran homicide prosecutor is being felt. Rita Westhoff-Ito was the prosecutor handling the Timothy Reynolds homicide case. She was demoted after being accused of giving information to the Reynolds family spokesperson.
Victims are entitled to certain information, and I think that Ms. Westhoff-Ito was providing information.
Well, now another case is being postponed because of that demotion. Shannon Lilly is joining us this morning. She's got more on that case and what this all means going forward. Shannon?
Yeah, we are talking about 11 times, Patrice, that this child abuse case has been delayed. It was supposed to finally start yesterday in court, but it's been pushed back again. So let's take you back to the beginning of all this. Shakita Lawson, right here on your screen, she is charged with first-degree child abuse that led to death, as well as other child abuse charges. And it is all dating back to the 2019 death of a 4-year-old boy. Well, Shakita's wife, Alicia, also is charged. Alicia's biological son, Malachi, died from severe burns after prosecutors say he was burned from scalding bathwater. Now, they say the Lawsons did not take Malachi to the hospital for treatment out of fear of Child Protective Services. Instead, his body was wrapped in a blanket and put in a dumpster. Alicia pleading guilty in August of 2021. Her wife, though, still awaiting trial.
Ms. Lawson has been in jail, held without bail, for 1,214 days. By the time this case gets to trial, she will be held without bail for nearly 4 years. That is a violation of her constitutional speedy trial rights, and we were really hoping to go to trial today, but of course, the case ended up getting postponed for another 6 months.
Well, for a while, those delays were due to COVID-19, but now, as you just heard, defense attorney Roya Hanna says it's because of Marilyn Mosby's decision to abruptly demote veteran prosecutor Rita Wistoff-Ito, who was working on this case and others. Hanna says it's possible this case against Shachika could get dismissed altogether because of the constitutional speed trial rights violation. Now, in the meantime, this trial is rescheduled now for May, and Marilyn Mosby's office, they are remaining quiet about Rita Wistoff-Ito and the cases impacted. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
I'm like freaking out on the inside because I'm sad, but at the same time, I'm just glad he's alive.
There is now, though, a glimmer of hope for the 70-year-old Marine veteran who risked his life to save a mother and daughter last week.
Terry Bagley jumped into a Pigtown home after it exploded last week. Right now, he remains at the University of Maryland Medical Center in critical condition.
The good news is that he's hit a major milestone in his recovery. Following 3 surgeries, Bagley's breathing tubes have finally been removed. His daughter, Icy, is currently on deployment in South Korea, but she flew across the globe, making it here just in time to hear her father speak for the first time in over a week.
I saved 2 people. That's the first thing that came out his mouth, and like I literally cried. My father is a good man, and he always, it's hard to talk about this. Just know that my father put other people before his needs.
Well, fire officials say the 70-year-old Marine veteran was walking along Bayard Street when a sudden blast blew the Baltimore row home to bits. That's when Bagley jumped into action, pulling a 16-year-old girl and a 48-year-old woman to safety.
The cause of the explosion remains under investigation, but we now know that the 16-year-old Bagley helped save has been released from the hospital. The 48-year-old is in stable condition.
If you want to help support Bagley's family, they have set up a GoFundMe page to help pay for his medical expenses. You can find a link on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Developing this morning, a transition of power in Baltimore City as a new sheriff. Sam Cogan officially takes his post. He was sworn in yesterday afternoon. According to state law, the sheriff can be sworn in as soon as the state's election results are verified. Cogan takes over after unseating longtime incumbent John Anderson, who served as sheriff for more than 30 years.
There's a sense of urgency with the crime and the way it is in the city, and the fact that, I ran to try to modernize and reform the sheriff's office, and so I'm excited to be able to do that.
Does that mean you'll be adding to patrols, or?
Well, we have to determine what that's going to look like. But yes, that's one of the things that we're going to look at doing is adding to patrols, serving more warrants. We're looking at, working special events.
There's been no comment from the former sheriff. Cogan says that he and his transition team have not been given a chance to meet with Anderson since the election.
Well, new this morning, expect an increased police presence at Towson High School this morning. The Baltimore County Police Department says the school staff members received a threat via email. Now, police tell us those threats are unsubstantiated, but they will have officers at the school out of an abundance of caution.
All right, 7:09, time to get another check of your forecast on this Friday Eve. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Meg. Good morning, everyone. It's starting off definitely colder, but sunnier than yesterday morning as we look over the inner harbor right now. The sun shining brightly. Love sharing our sunrises with you right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Yeah, definitely bundle up before you step out. Look at these numbers. 33 in Cockeysville, 36 in Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 35, and low to mid-30s for Rosedale out through Essex and Middle River. Dundalk, you're in at 35, 36 as you wake up with us in Glen Burnie. Some of us about 10 to 15 degrees colder than where we were at this time yesterday morning. So you'll definitely feel that winter-like chill. Mr. Bo says, though, we are good to go. Just get the heaters on over the next couple of hours. Numbers staying in the 30s. We're back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, from the Live Center this morning, we're taking a live look from New York City, where the U.S. markets are mixed ahead of the opening bell this morning. We're waiting on the Fed's preferred inflation measure to be released. That happens at 8:30 this morning, and that will be our biggest clue yet as to whether those rate hikes are working. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Index measures what we're paying for goods and services. We'll be looking to see how much inflation has changed both month to month and year to year. Now, inflation was stuck at 6.2% in the last report in September, still running hot, but down from the high of 7% in June. Now, coming up at 8:30, we are going to get an update on weekly unemployment claims and a read on consumer spending in America, important since that accounts for 70% of the U.S. economy. That is the latest from the Live Center.
I've been emailing Anne Arundel County since the beginning of September, and I've got no results, and that's absolutely unacceptable.
The Anne Arundel County community struggling to have proper transportation provided by public schools this year. The lengths parents are going to for students to arrive to school safely.
In just about a week, we may see a rail strike. How the House vote is impacting the rail strike reality. 7:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
With just over a week until a potential rail strike, the House of Representatives voted yesterday to provide railroad workers with 24% pay increases and immediate payouts averaging $11,000 upon ratification. In a separate vote, the House also passed legislation guaranteeing an additional 7 days of sick leave for rail workers. That legislation now awaits Senate action. Joining us this morning to discuss the latest and the ramifications of congressional action or inaction is David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. And David, good morning. This all seems to be just a very unique situation with Congress getting involved to the level that it has with these negotiations. How is that what's happening now?
Good morning, Patrice. And you're right. We don't see this very often where Congress gets in the middle of really private sector negotiations with a union. But this is not unprecedented. They've done this before because this is interstate commerce. This is the rail system. This is something that affects the supply chain and also affects Amtrak and MARC because a lot of the tracks are, maintained by the private sector and by these companies. And here's the problem: is that the government and the Congress getting involved sets a really bad precedent. And one of the things they're talking about are supply chain issues. Now, companies have said that they have plenty of things on their shelves, so Christmas won't be affected. So it's not going to be like Whoville after the Grinch steals all the presents. I mean, there will be presents under the tree this year if there's a strike, but nobody wants a strike. But congressional intervention really, I think, is a really bad precedent.
So if Congress doesn't get involved, then how does this get resolved?
So what happens is just go back to the drawing board, is just have them negotiate this with themselves. And here's the problem, Patrice, is that this could cost consumers more in the future because if Congress says, okay, we're going to give you this huge pay raise, well, companies don't pay that. They put that onto the consumers, and that could be an increase in the price of goods. And it's politicized. Now we're politicizing these contracts. Republicans are taking over in January. Maybe they have different ideas of what the contract should look like. Democrats are in control now, so there's the politicization of this, which I think is a really bad way to start off this lame duck and potentially the new Congress. But again, there needs to be a resolution to the strike. I just don't think the government is the right person to do that at this point.
All right, quickly before we run out of time, those are the costs associated with the contract itself. What's the cost to the economy as a whole if there is a rail strike?
Yeah, it's looking like it's about $2 billion per day cost to the economy. So that's why Congress is doing this, right? And we really haven't diversified our supply chain. There aren't enough trucks. We have things like the Jones Act, which is going to take about 3 hours to describe, but we have things that the government is doing that they can undo to make this easier to get these goods from, shore to shore.
All right, David Williams, thank you.
Thank you.
7:18, and we have some breaking news just coming into our newsroom right now. Getting word that one person has now been taken to the hospital after a fire in Anne Arundel County. The county fire department tweeting that this happened in Odenton. They say one adult is in critical condition. The fire is now under control. We know investigators are now looking into what caused it.
Well, it's 7:18 now. We want to get another check of our forecast as we get closer to the weekend.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers. Looks great out there.
Yeah, it sure does, ladies. It's just cold. There's no doubt about that. If you haven't gotten up yet this morning, you're still kind of wiping the sleep from your eyes. Maybe you're tucked up in bed a little bit for another few extra minutes. I know the showers get longer in the winter, at least for me. I'm just like, man, I don't want to get out. It's so nice and warm in here. But our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, you can see that sun that is just kind of obscured from that building, but it is now up, and we will continue to see temperatures that are going to be below average, especially through the afternoon. The wind, not a lot of wind that we're seeing officially on this map with the wind gusts, some 19 to 22 mile an hour wind gusts for you on the eastern shore over toward Frederick as well. But even a light breeze is causing those temperatures to feel like the 20s. This is what you have to dress for as you step out, and especially as you get the kids out to the bus stop here. Our future scan showing us that we've got the westerly wind later today, about 10 to 15 to close to 20 miles an hour. Not as windy as yesterday. Tomorrow we'll get more of a southerly wind, and that actually is going to help to warm us back up, or at least get us more into the milder temperatures. As those kids do get out, beep, beep, as I mentioned, make sure they're bundled up and ready to go with temps in the 30s this hour, only to the mid 40s through noontime and recess. And we'll be in those mid to upper 40s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Hank the Bird. Yeah, good morning, Hank. He's ready for December 1st, and our bird is the wordcast. Numbers in the 30s by 9 a.m. and into the 40s later today. Again, we're going to have to deal with the breezy conditions and temperatures that will be, for some of you, close to about 8 to 10 degrees below average. 52 is typically how we start the month of December. We're going to see some widespread 40s across central Maryland, up and down the 95 corridor, down to D.C. at 48 today, western Maryland at 42, 45 down the ocean there at Ocean City. So ridge of high pressure settling in today. That's going to keep us dry. Again, that westerly flow is here, so the wind is from the west today. But tomorrow, we're mainly dry as well. Just a little bit more of the southerly flow helps to warm us up. This brings our next weather maker in ahead of another cold front. We start with rain on Saturday morning. Keep that rain through the first part of the day on Saturday. But by Saturday afternoon, we're drier and we're colder, but dry on Sunday. I love this shot here. Sonia sent this picture in of Bodie, the dog, and that is a dog advent calendar. And maybe you're cracking open your advent calendars today. Thank you for sending that picture in, Sonia. All you've got to do is email me a picture of your pet. The holiday pet pics will continue throughout the rest of this month. JC Chambers at FOX baltimore.com would love to put your pets on TV. 48 today, 52 tomorrow, lower 60s Saturday. But as I mentioned, it's cold, even though it'll be dry for the Ravens game on Sunday.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work. It is time now for our job of the day. BJ's Restaurant and Brew House is hiring a kitchen manager. For more information, just go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
Students from one Anne Arundel County community now have a bus to and from school, but it is not the school system's bus. Just ahead, why one mother tells Project Baltimore she believes the school system doesn't care about her neighborhood.
Love, exciting and new. We're aboard the Spirit of Baltimore. Yes, we'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
.24 now. It's so Baltimore. Make your holidays memorable, merry, and bright.
You can sail across the Inner Harbor aboard the Spirit of Baltimore with delight. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live with City Cruises sharing more, and it looks like they're already decorated and ready.
They're ready to go, guys. Fred is the man. Now, I did a reference of the Love Boat if you didn't catch it early on, and so Fred would be the Julie of the Love Boat. But anyway, Julie McCoy. Fred, tell us what's going on. It looks great. I mean, what a beautiful view.
Absolutely. So, Kenny, people ask all the time if we cruise year-round. We do cruise year-round, so we offer lunch and dinner cruises pretty much every weekend with some weekday cruises as well. During the holidays, the boat is decorated. We have a number of holiday cruises available as well. So we cruise Christmas Eve. We just had a great Thanksgiving cruise and New Year's Day, as well as New Year's Eve, which is the best cruise of the year. In the Inner Harbor, you got the fireworks.
Wow.
It's just a great place to be overall.
You know, the crazy part is, guys, you can imagine the office party on the boat. Wow. Woo! But anyway, coming up, we're going to talk about some drinks and a little snacks and other things coming up right here aboard the Spirit.
It looks beautiful. That's going to be a fun time. All right. Well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, we've got a colder and mainly clear morning with temps in the 30s.
That's cold.
That's
Our
cold.
Weather Authority team is taking a look at how those temperatures are holding up for your first day of meteorological winter.
Mayor Scott has made a decision on the pension eligibility bill. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next are all the details and what his decision means moving forward. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning, first day of winter. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen, and it's feeling like it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with some pretty chilly numbers.
Yeah,
and it's not the real winter
Well, it's
yet.
meteorological winter because December,
You're
January, February, those are the 3 months of winter, ladies. And yes, good morning. We are talking about a colder start to your day. Just stepped outside myself and I was like, whoo! Yeah, it definitely it gets you right away. And you can see our downtown camera looking out right down the 395 out toward the Patapsco. And on the upper right-hand corner of your screen there, M&T Bank Stadium. Going to be cold for that Ravens game on Sunday, but it will be dry. We're talking about temps in the 30s for Cumberland and Hagerstown right now. 34 Westminster, 35 in Baltimore City, 38 your temp currently in Annapolis. So overall, our numbers are going to stay cold. So as you get out the door, you'll definitely need to grab a jacket and the sunglasses. No need for the umbrella today as that rain is done for now. Out for a run or a jog, it will be cold, upper 30s here over the next few hours, and that wind cutting through you as well. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. We have some breaking news right now. We're hearing a person is in the hospital following a fire in Anne Arundel County. The county fire department tweeting that this happened in Odenton. They say one adult is in critical condition. We know it's now under control, the fire that is, but investigators are now looking into what caused it.
Students in one Anne Arundel County community finally have a bus to take them to and from school.
And this comes less than a week after FOX45 exposed how middle school students were traveling nearly 4.5 miles on their own to get to class. But as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the bus is not coming from Anne Arundel County schools.
Unique Wiggins.
I don't got face mask on, but can I hug you, please? Because I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Can't say it enough. This mom is thankful.
So I appreciate you.
Oh, you're welcome.
And I thank God for you. And I just know that, like, your blessings are going to come.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
On Monday, for the first time this school year, Wiggins' son, Zion, finally got a reliable ride to school. But it's not from Anne Arundel County schools. It's being provided by Tanya Briggs.
When I saw them babies walking, I was like, oh my God. I was like, they're really walking like where there's no sidewalk.
Briggs, who owns a small transportation company, was watching last week as Project Baltimore interviewed Wiggins about her son and other students who live in Mead Village. Since the start of this school year, these middle school students have not had a consistent school bus, forcing them to travel nearly 4.5 miles to MacArthur Middle School on their own. A trip that includes walking nearly 1.5 miles along this highway with no sidewalks.
And for these kids to walk, they showing that they want to learn. They want to go to school. There's no way if they didn't want to school, they wouldn't learn.
That's another reason why I did this.
After seeing the story, Briggs looked Wiggins up online and contacted her. That was on Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. Over the holiday, Briggs was in contact with other families and offered to bus the students from Mead Village to school and back every day for free.
For these baby safeties, it has no cost. If I can do this every single day to assure their safety, I'm okay with it. And to make sure that these babies get to school.
On Monday, Briggs transported 8 students, including Zion, to and from school. She expects more as word spreads, and she says she'll continue to transport the students until a county bus is available. Briggs was able to do in a few days what Anne Arundel County Schools has not been able to do in 3 months: provide regular bus service to this low-income community.
It doesn't matter where you live. You're still a county student. You know, so rightfully they deserve to be treated the same way.
It's sad and ridiculous.
Wiggins and Briggs feel that way because even though many students here in public housing don't have bus service, other nearby students do. As Project Baltimore was doing this interview, we saw several school buses dropping off students.
Yeah.
But that's the bus for the magnet kids. Only the kids at the end of the block can ride that bus.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
On November 16th, 5 days after Project Baltimore first wrote Anne Arundel County schools concerning these students, the school board passed an emergency contract to hire vans to transport about 2,600 special needs students to and from school, which will free up buses for communities like Mead Village. 2 weeks later, Wiggins still has not heard anything from the county about when her son will get a bus. In July, Anne Arundel County Schools did get a new superintendent, Dr. Mark Bedell. In a post on the school's website, he promised to make himself available to the media to establish an open, honest, transparent, and accurate framework. Yet Dr. Bedell will not interview with Project Baltimore. His office sent us a statement saying, Dr. Bedell does not have a comment for your story.
You think if the school system cared, they would have fixed this problem?
Absolutely, a long time ago. A long time ago.
That is what Wiggins told Project Baltimore when we first spoke. Now, after seeing how quickly Briggs was able to provide transportation for these students, this mom is even more certain.
They absolutely don't care. And until they show me that they do care, that's going to be my absolute response. I've been emailing Anne Arundel County since the beginning of September, and I've got no results. And that's absolutely unacceptable.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Still to come this morning, what cases are being hit the hardest following the demotion of a veteran homicide prosecutor?
And a sunny and breezy afternoon ahead with highs in the 40s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when the next weather maker moves into the region. 7:35, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Oh.
Welcome back, everybody. Our Weather Authority forecast here at 7:38. We're looking out over the city, and you can see off in the distance the Charm City tanks looking good. Plenty of sunshine out there, but temperatures are cold. Look at these numbers. A lot of us near or just right above freezing with a widespread 30s. Feels colder than that with some of that light wind out there. Mr. Bo says get that heater going on your morning drive. Mid to upper 30s here over the next few hours with temperatures that only get to the 40s this afternoon.
7:39 now to a city in crisis. We are following Baltimore's controversial pension bill, and after much anticipation, Mayor Brandon Scott decided to veto the legislation.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with reaction and what this veto means going forward. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, some believe that the mayor vetoing the pension bill shows that the people here in Baltimore have a voice. Now, the mayor says he believes there are potential ethical issues with this pension bill, and he must maintain the public's trust.
It's good to see him do, the right thing for the people of Baltimore. And it's really, just goes back to showing how the people of Baltimore have a voice. I mean, over 72% of people voted for Question K, which kind of sparked all of this. And what it shows that, people can get things done when they put names on papers and go to the ballot box. And not only that, make their voices heard when it comes to city council, social media, all these type of things. So, the people of Baltimore are starting to be heard.
That was Giovanni Patterson from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, who believes Mayor Scott's decision gives some power back to the people. The pension bill was backed by Council President Nick Mosby and attempted to reduce the number of years needed for city leaders to receive lifetime benefits for part-time work, going from 12 years to just 8. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly voting for Question K, which puts term limits on elected leaders.
When we were campaigning for Question K, when it came to term limits, there was not a single argument made, well, what's going to happen with their pensions? That never came up. So the people of Baltimore spoke on saying, hey, we want term limits. We're the ones that pay taxes to pay your salary. We don't want to be dictated by the ones who we pay. So, for him to introduce a companion bill, as he's calling it, I think that was just done in the name of self-interest.
Now, Peace says moving forward, it will continue to train people to be the next generation of leaders and will help get people elected that don't have self-serving interests. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. This veto was just the second one of Mayor Brandon Scott's tenure. The first one came more than a year ago. In May of 2021, the mayor vetoed a bill sponsored by City Council President Nick Mosby, which had aimed to provide security deposit relief to renters who couldn't afford it. But housing advocates argued that it would do the opposite for many residents. Despite an initial 12-2 vote for the bill, there was not enough support to override it.
Our coverage on the now vetoed pension bill continues after the break. The ethical issues and the impacts we can expect to see moving forward.
The mayor's Christmas parade is back on ahead in our 8 o'clock hour. The big names you'll be able to see this weekend. 7:42 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
One of our responsibilities is to weigh in on proposed legislation. We do so very often. Of course, we found out about it and took a look at it, and what we see did raise some questions.
A bill fast-tracked by Baltimore City Council to reduce their own pension requirements, now vetoed by Mayor Brandon Scott. And now reaction is pouring in this morning on the impacts that this will have moving forward. This morning, community activist Marvin Doc Cheatham joining us live to weigh in. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So what message do you think the mayor's veto sends to the citizens of Baltimore, the people?
I think it sends a message that if the community wakes up, it can do what we need to do a little bit better, and that is hold our elected officials accountable. I commend in our organization and the Golden Ages, we're a group of seniors, we commend the mayor for not only taking the right position, but doing such in an expeditious way. We think now the citizens realize if they come together and they have a voice, they can basically let the council know what we like, what we don't like. You know, I think there are at least 7 issues that we looked at, including the ethics issues. Yeah. We see 6 other issues that would encourage the mayor to veto it, and he's done that. We commend him. We now think we need to go the next step. We need to take a look at what our council people have done for the first 2 years. We have created a document. It's called a recall report card. And you can look at 20 issues that your councilman, your controller, your mayor have done in the last 2 years, and you can give them a report card, and that will send them a message.
Doc, you know, there's no question. We've had some issues in the past here in Baltimore with our elected leaders maybe crossing that ethical line here. With this accountability, as you're talking about right there, is this a step forward? Is this moving us past what we've seen?
I say yes, because I think it is saying very clearly that Question K let folks know that the community of Baltimore City has awakened, and now we have to hold our elected officials accountable. So it's on us at this point, but the mayor must be commended. Those that voted against the pension plan, we commend them. And those that voted for it, well, your days might be numbered. You got to do a little bit better.
Well, Doc, before we let you go here today, I know you've got a big day today. You've got a radio special. What's going on?
Well, we do a senior citizen radio show every Thursday from 11:30 to 1. And of course, one of the major subjects is our report card. Folks can email us. They can listen to our radio show, and we will send them an opportunity to have a document where they can rate how their elected official has done.
Gotcha. And keeping people's voices heard. All right, Doc, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning.
Well, it's 7:48 now. Let's get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
On National Pie Day.
You don't like pie?
I don't mind it, Meg. I'm just not going to order pie at a restaurant for dessert. That's
but
just
hot pie, hot apple pie, a little
apple
cinnamon.
pie with apple pie a la mode with the big old scoop of vanilla ice cream.
That sounds great. And do you guys like pecan pie? I think pecan pie is up there.
I do. Not a fan.
Really?
Yeah. But I did like how you say pecan pie. That was very nice.
I know.
So. Looking outside right now, good morning to all of you. Hey, happy Thursday. It's the first Thursday of the brand new month, Friday Eve as well. Our first weekend of December right around the corner. Mayor's Christmas parade in Hamden. Ravens game coming up on Sunday afternoon. Lots of things happening. Lots of those great Christmas markets out there, including the one down there at the Inner Harbor, the Christmas Village. 35-year temp right now. We're only going to get to the upper 40s later this afternoon. It will be breezy and cool as well. And we are tracking more rain for at least part of the weekend. Right now, everything is nice and dry. A couple of snow showers in parts of northern Pennsylvania up into western New York. As you can see, some lake effect snow there coming off of Lake Erie. Reisterstown, you'll see those numbers in the 30s next hour, eventually rising to the 40s by noontime today, and then those mid to upper 40s as we head later into the afternoon. So temperatures will be just a little bit below average for today, and it will be breezy as well, but we have plenty of sunshine on tap for you. Low to mid and upper 40s here across Carroll and Baltimore counties this afternoon. Reisterstown Youngstown at 43, 44 in Cockeysville, 47 in Towson for Lutherville and Timonium also. And Howard and Anne Arundel counties, maybe just a couple degrees warmer with mid to upper 40s for Ellicott City and Elkridge down through Odenton. Severna Park there at 45 and Annapolis in at 46 today. If you do want to get out there and go flying today, pilots, overall, looking at VFR conditions, visual flight rules, but it will be a bit breezy, especially with that crosswind, because a lot of our runways are situated kind of north-south, so we have that westerly wind that we'll have to deal with this afternoon. Ridge of high pressure settling in nicely, so we stay dry today and tomorrow. Now, tomorrow, as that ridge slides off toward the east, we'll get more of a southerly flow. That's going to help to pick up our temperatures a bit. Early Saturday morning, you can see some of those showers rolling through, so when you wake up Saturday, you'll have to deal with some rain, and that rain's going to stay with us through at least the middle part of the day. Later into the afternoon, that rain pushes out of here, but drier and colder air working in behind that. Shout out to Dawn G. That is Jake, Elliott, and Tyrus. Look at those beautiful doggies right there. And that is a Christmas picture or a Christmas postcard, if I've ever seen one, with the back of the truck, and they're all ready to go. So thanks, Dawn, for that. And speaking of Christmas, we're officially 24 days away, just 20 days from the winter solstice. That's astronomical winter, and 31 days until 2023. Yep, that's right. That checks out. All right, so there we go. Here's our 7-day forecast. 40s today, lower 50s tomorrow. We actually will get to the 60s on Saturday, even with that rain, but much colder Sunday, and then more rain expected next week. Patrice?
All right, well, let's see what's happening on the roads at this hour. Looking at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and taking a live look at our traffic map this morning. There's a lot of color out there. Right now in the outer loop, we're seeing heavy traffic following a few accidents this morning. As far as other backups go, that's normal at this time of the morning as people are commuting, so it's just about the volume there.
A local football and cheerleading academy is making national news. Why this team needs your help to earn a national title. And the 100th lighting of the National Christmas Tree, the celebrity that introduced the first family and spoke about the meaning behind the holiday season.
And what's better to go with this holiday season than a nice cup of coffee? Maybe it's a peppermint mocha.
That sounds pretty good while you're looking at your Christmas tree.
Oh, very nice.
Let's kick off the evening by lighting up the star of the show, the National Christmas Tree. Everybody ready? Let's count this down together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go!
Oh, that's pretty. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas in our nation's capital. President Biden and the First Lady lit up the national Christmas tree yesterday evening on the Ellipse right outside the White House. The annual tradition started with President Calvin Coolidge back in 1923. This year marks the 100th National Christmas Tree lighting ceremony.
Well, the lighting of the National Christmas Tree was not the only monumental tree lighting happening this week. As you know, New York City is celebrating the holidays as they light up the Rockefeller Center tree.
And last night was the 90th time, voila, look at that, always so pretty there, that the city lit up that iconic tree. This year's is an 82-foot Norway spruce. And in true New York fashion, while celebrating the holidays, many camped out for hours to get a good spot to see that.
You think that tree is nice. Wait till you see our tree. Look at our tree here. Aww. Here at Fox 45 on the right, a very special ornament to us. Traffic jam, Jimmy. On the left, just some of our countdown to Christmas presents. We are on day 4 of the month-long giveaway here. Stay with us all morning long, Monday through Friday, for your chance to win some pretty amazing gifts.
So Jimmy Angel is watching over this Christmas season here with us.
Pretty perfect. Well, the rain is gone for now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know when it returns coming up. 7:56 on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday, December 1st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. A little chilly out there.
Yeah, absolutely. The holidays are here, ladies. Good morning to both of you. And we are right into the new month, which is meteorological winter, December, January, February. typically the coldest months of the year. And on cue, as we look at the Christmas Village of the Inner Harbor, it is a cold start to the morning. We have a lot of sunshine, so that'll be nice today as opposed to the cloudy and rainy day we had yesterday. 33 in Cockeysville. We're at 36 in Bel Air. Same number for you there in Baltimore City, and 33 your temp in Columbia at this hour. So as you head out over the next couple of hours, numbers will steadily rise, get into the 40s through 11 a.m. and on our way to the upper 40s for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
8 o'clock now in a city in crisis. This morning, we continue our coverage of the city council pension plan.
Mayor Brandon Scott has decided to veto the legislation.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with the details surrounding that decision. Olivia?
Yeah, Megan and Patrice, as you mentioned, Mayor Scott has decided to veto the pension bill, saying in part that there's potential ethical issues and he must maintain the public's trust. Now, this is a decision that Councilman Zeke Cohen agrees with because he's been critical of this bill since the beginning.
Here we are with the council president putting out legislation that, one, was ill-timed because there was no reason to rush this bill, but two, lacked any kind of financial analysis. So to me, this legislation sent the wrong message to Baltimoreans.
The bill was backed by Council President Nick Mosby and attempted to reduce the number of years needed for city leaders to receive lifetime benefits for part-time work, going from 12 years to just 8. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly voting for Question K, which puts term limits on elected leaders. In the statement sent by Mayor Scott, he says he cannot sign the city council bill into law without the benefit of a complete and thorough analysis. He also mentions there's no urgency to act because no current council members are prevented from serving their full 12 years and receiving their pension.
I am very glad that Mayor Scott vetoed this bill, and if the votes hold, it does not appear that the president has enough votes to override this veto.
Now, we reached out to Mosby and the council members who supported the bill to ask for their response to the mayor's decision and if they intend to try and override the mayor's veto. But so far, none of them have responded. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Since last week, we have been asking you, should Mayor Scott veto the pension bill City Council passed for themselves? More than 1,300 people voted, nearly all of them, 97% said yes. 3%, just 40 people, said no.
The Maryland Public Policy Institute also responding to the veto, saying they applaud the mayor's decision. The statement says Baltimore residents should be thankful that their mayor was willing to stand up to his fellow politicians' self-interest. Hopefully, the mayor and city council can now get back to doing the basics that residents need so much, improving public safety, infrastructure, and city finances.
It's not clear if City Council President Nick Mosby will call for a vote to try to override the mayor's veto. He would need 10 votes to override it, and as Olivia mentioned, he likely does not have those votes. Just 7 other city council members voted yes on the bill. You can see them posted right there. 5 council members posted there actually voted against it. Council members Mark Conway and Eric Costello, they abstained from the vote. Both Conway and Costello would need to side with Mr. Mosby to override the mayor's veto. We want to hear from you. Do you think City Council makes decisions with your best interest in mind? So far, 99% of voters now say no. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, we are feeling the impact of the city state's attorney, Marilyn Mosby's decision to demote a veteran homicide prosecutor. Rita Wistoff-Ito was the prosecutor handling the Timothy Reynolds homicide case. She was demoted after being accused of giving information to the Reynolds family spokesperson.
Victims are entitled to certain information, and I think that Ms. Wistoff-Ito was providing information.
Another case is being postponed because of that demotion. Excuse me. Shannon Lilly is joining us now live. She's got a look at the case and what this all means going forward. Shannon.
Yeah, we're talking about 11 times that this particular child abuse case has been delayed. It was supposed to finally happen in court yesterday, but it's been pushed back again. So let's take you back to the beginning of all this. Shatika Lawson, right here on your screen, she's facing first-degree child abuse, which led to death, and other child abuse charges. They are all connected to the 2019 death of a 4-year-old boy. Shatika's wife, Alicia, is also charged. Alicia's biological son, Malachi, died from severe burns after prosecutors say he was burned from scalding bathwater. They say the Lawsons did not take Malachi to the hospital for treatment out of fear of Child Protective Services. His body was instead wrapped in a blanket and put in a dumpster. Alicia pleading guilty in August of 2021. Her wife, though, still awaiting trial.
Miss Lawson has been in jail, held without bail, for 1,214 days. By the time this case gets to trial, she will be held without bail for nearly 4 years. That is a violation of her constitutional speedy trial rights, and we were really hoping to go to trial today, but of course, the case ended up getting postponed for another 6 months.
Now, for a while, those delays were due to COVID-19, but now defense attorney Roya Hanna says it's because of Marilyn Mosby's decision to abruptly demote veteran prosecutor Rita Wistoff-Ito, who was working on this case and others. Well, Hanna says it's possible this case against Shatika could get dismissed altogether because of this constitutional speed trial rights violation. Now, in the meantime, this trial has now been delayed. It's going to happen in May, like we mentioned. And Marilyn Mosby's office is staying quiet about Rita Wistoff-Ito and the other cases that this is impacting. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Well, new this morning, expect an increased police presence at Towson High School this morning. The Baltimore County Police Department says the school staff members received a threat via email. Police tell us that those threats are unsubstantiated, but they will have officers at the school out of an abundance of caution.
For him to be that old and him to be courageous and brave, that shows that there's still good people in the world.
A Baltimore Marine veteran's heroic effort not lost on his family. His daughters speak with Fox 45 News as he takes a step in his road to recovery.
Our countdown to Christmas continues this morning. Keep watching as you still have a chance to win one of those amazing prizes. 8:06 is the time.
happening now. Check this out. We are monitoring a fire that has broken out at a gas station. This is a live look now from a Flying J travel center in San Antonio. Footage here showing firefighters. You can see the ladder trucks there trying to beat back those flames. They're also dousing nearby propane tanks, trying to prevent them from exploding there. But just a pretty crazy scene happening live there in San Antonio, Texas right now.
Well, 8:10 now. Congress is halfway to averting a catastrophic rail strike after the House passed a measure that would require rail companies and workers to adhere to the agreement most of the unions already ratified, with added sick time.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us live from Capitol Hill. What do things look like in the Senate right now, Atra?
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. So things are much foggier in the Senate, where an imposed contract needs at least 60 votes to pass. Now, the upper chamber will vote separately on the measures you just mentioned, one for the terms that most unions ratified that were brokered by the Biden administration back in September, and then separately for that added 7 days of paid sick time, which has been the sticking point in these talks. And the rail companies are, by the way, now lobbying fiercely against. Now, as we've been reporting, all of this is happening down to the wire, with the potential strike starting as soon as December 9th. Now, some Republicans are pushing back. They don't think that Congress should be involved at all. But remember, specific legislation, the Railway Labor Act, exists for, in part, that very reason, and has been done 18 times before. But we're also seeing progressives like Senator Bernie Sanders insist that workers be guaranteed those 7 paid sick days. But Megan and Patrice, just like the gridlock we see with the rail companies and unions in coming to a deal, the same disagreements are unfolding with lawmakers. But the key difference here is that Congress is the last line of defense for the economy against a devastating rail shutdown. Back to you.
All right, Atra Al-Nashar live in Washington. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor Brandon Scott says no to the city council's new pension plan. His reasoning for the decision and what happens next.
And a youth football organization is looking for help from the community. How you can be part of making their dreams come true. 8:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
The West Baltimore Ravens Football and Cheerleading Academy is doing big things. Two of their teams have been named American Youth Football Capital Beltway League state champions and Big East region champions. And now they're reaching for a national title, and they need your help. Frederick Robinson, better known as Coach Fred, is the vice president for the West Baltimore Ravens Football and Cheerleading Academy, and he is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So first of all, congratulations, because you all have done some amazing things this season. Tell me about your teams and what's coming up next for them.
Thank you. Thank you. We have successfully completed the challenge of, the regular season, competing, earning our way to compete for a national championship in the AYF. Our 7 and 8 year olds, 7U, 8U, known in the football community, played 12 to 14 games throughout the season, been successful as the league champions, state champions, and the Big East regional champions. Now we're trying to go to Florida, and we earned our way to compete for a national championship to bring back the national championship at both age groups, 7 and 8U, for the city of Baltimore and the state of Maryland.
And that tournament starts this weekend.
Yes, Saturday is check-in, and it runs from December 3rd through December the 9th.
And I imagine that costs a lot of money to get all of those players there. And so you're looking for community help?
Yes, right now we have, the minimum registration, the coaches' participation, the parent participation. Everybody's putting up to make sure that we try to get as close as possible to our goal, which is $40,000 for both teams. We're trying to get there to make sure that the kids have the experience of competing for a national championship, while also enjoying the options and the festivities that they have down there at the national championships in Florida.
And you all have had to overcome a lot of challenges to even get to this point. What does this mean for the kids? You all are a safe haven for them. It keeps them off the streets, out of trouble, doing something positive. What does all of this mean for them?
It means the world. A lot of the kids are excited about just even going to Florida. We have, I'd say, out of the 50 kids, we probably have maybe 30 of them that never been out of the state of Maryland. Outside of traveling for football, we had to go to Philadelphia, we had to go to Virginia, just to get to this point to be able to go to Florida. And so it's a great experience for the kids.
And about 30 seconds left. Talk about some of the challenges you all had to overcome to get to this.
It started in the beginning of the season when we tried to apply for permits to get a field just to play on. We were applying for permits. We get an email saying that, hey, it's approved. Then it was time to pay for the permit. It'll say denied. It's been an update for no apparent reason. And we were under the impression at some point that we were being denied because we weren't part of a Baltimore City Parks and Rec program. We were outside entity.
And I know that meant that you all had to pay for a lot of things yourselves, lighting, getting grass cut, all that kind of stuff. So good for you all for sticking it out and getting to this point. That is amazing. If you want to help them out, we've put a link to their GoFundMe page on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Coach Fred, good luck to you and your teams.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's 8:18 now. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast. What an opportunity for them.
Yeah, what a great opportunity, Patrice. And, you think about the football for the little ones, but also football for the big kids. Definitely like football weather where it is colder here this morning. Looking out over a beautiful shot. Check it out if you have a moment to glance at your TV screen over the Inner Harbor. That sun is lighting things up nicely, and we will see a lot more sunshine than what we saw yesterday. But we get cold air that comes with it, and dry too. I mean, lots of lotion on the hands and all over here as you get up in the morning. 36 your temperature right now, BWI. Notice the dew point at 17 degrees. That's the amount of moisture that's in the air. That's why that humidity has dropped to 46%. So we definitely have that dry air in place. And the wind kind of helping us to dry out, but also making us feel colder. These are your feels like temperatures right now. Most of us feel like we're below freezing. Feels like 24 in Columbia right now. That's the number you have to think of as you get yourself prepared to head outside. Wind is going to be with us through the day today. That westerly wind at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. And then tomorrow, more of a southerly wind. That will actually help to kind of moderate temperatures just a little bit more on the milder side of things for tomorrow. Golfers getting out there and hitting the links. I mean, possibly some frost delays this morning. Only 40s for the afternoon. Possibly at least a 1-club wind, if not a 2-club wind at times. We're talking about low to mid 40s for Westminster and Bel Air over at Cockeysville today. 44 Chestertown, 44 as well in Stevensville across the Bay Bridge, and right over to Annapolis at 46. Mid to upper 40s in Baltimore this afternoon. And taking a look at our temperature tracker, those numbers are kind of all over the place. We get back to average tomorrow. We're above average Saturday and then drop again below average on Sunday before those numbers come back to the 50s early next week. You can see in our future scan, we're all dry here today. This ridge is going to slide to the east. And as we get that to the east, we get more of a southerly flow underneath that for tomorrow. Then on Saturday, here comes the rain again, talking about 6, 7 o'clock Saturday morning, off and on showers through about 10 a.m. Even a few leftover showers in the early part of the afternoon, but drier and much colder by the time we head into your Sunday. So here's a look at your holiday countdown. 18 days until Hanukkah. The winter solstice is officially in 20 days. Today's the first day of meteorological winter, but 24 days from Christmas and 31 days until 2023. How about that? So there it is, Ravens helmet on Sunday. Again, weather's going to be dry. We also have the mayor's Christmas parade in Hamden. We're going to be talking about that later this hour. And temps are going to be cold on Sunday, but it will be dry. We'll see those temperatures back to the 50s with more rain early next week.
All right, Justin, let's go over to our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network now and see what's happening on the roadways at this hour. We're hearing about a crash on the JFX. This is southbound, and because of it, you're getting a bit of stop-and-go traffic, and that goes back towards Ruxton Road. This shot doesn't look too bad. Maybe it's starting to clear up, but 83 South, JFX South, you're going to run into some issues. The mayor's Christmas parade is set for this weekend. Just ahead, what you can look forward to during the parade.
And we're on board the Spirit of Baltimore. Coming up, some spirits. Delicious spirits on the way on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
Justin, you are too much. It is so Baltimore. Take your holiday celebrations to the Inner Harbor.
Yeah, and hop aboard the Spirit of Baltimore for an experience you'll never forget. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live with City Cruises. Mark, you did the Love Boat theme earlier. Now you look like the guy. You look like Isaac behind the bar.
Look at that drink. I can't even see Mark for the drink.
That's right. Well, it's a huge drink. Lakia is here and Mike is here. When you come on the Love Boat, a.k.a. the Baltimore Spirit, you got to see these two. So what do we have for the holidays, Lakia?
So we have our 45-ounce shareable signature drink.
Ow!
It is called the Mermaid Party, but we like to call it the Grinch for our season time. And what I have right here, prepared, ready to pour for you guys, is our new signature drink, the Holly Jolly.
The Holly Jolly. Let's call this the Justin. We'll call this the Justin.
The Justin?
Yes.
All right.
Ah, nice. I feel like Christmas already. It's the holiday season. Now, what does Mike have for us?
Now, we've got, this is another house favorite. This is the Tropical Splash that we have right here. I'm going to pour that for us.
This is the Patrice.
That's the Patrice. There it is. And then we also have a twist on a classic. This is a classic margarita, but it's an apple cider margarita.
Oh, apple cider. Okay.
And then we top it with a little bit of apple cider. Oh, and there you have it.
Man, you see how easy that was? I'm scared because you guys made it look so easy. I have a feeling if I was sitting in front of the bar, it'd be just as easy, and the next thing you know, I'd be out. But again, this is what's happening here, and guys, I'm telling you, book your trips now because it's going down. It's the holiday season.
Listen, okay, those drinks look amazing. Mark, I want the first one with the cranberries to be me. That's a pretty drink. I want that to be the Patrice.
And then this is the Justin. No, here's Justin here.
There we go.
We got to get Mark a red coat, just like Ted Langhan in the Love Boat, because that's what he always wore, the red coat. And do the Isaac. Come on, Mark, do the Isaac for me. Come on, do the Isaac with the. Yeah. All right, good.
All right. Well, if only he could bring those back, because those look amazing.
He does.
If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. All right, the rain is gone for now. Thank you, Justin. Meteorologist Justin is going to be back to let us know how long we're going to stay dry for.
Mayor Scott has made a decision on the pension eligibility bill. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details and what his decision means moving forward. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We have breaking news this morning about a homicide in East Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly joining us now. Shannon, what are you learning?
Well, Megan, we are learning new information that just came in from police that a 36-year-old man was shot multiple times. He has died after that shooting that happened right here along East Monument Street. And you can see the Shell gas station is all blocked off with crime scene tape. We have forensics on the scene and homicide detectives working to get to the bottom of all of this. But you can see this entire gas station really just roped off, and a lot of police cars here on scene. Now, officers say this happened around 7:10 a.m., so just a little over an hour ago. They responded right here to the scene for a report of a shooting. Now, once they got here, they located that 36-year-old man suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. They took him to a local hospital where they say he did pass away from his injuries. Now, homicide detectives are now asking anyone with information. Maybe you saw something, maybe you were here, maybe you know something. They are asking you to contact them. That number is 410-396-2100. Reporting live in East Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Welcome back to all of you on this Thursday morning, the first day of December. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers on a cold start.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. Good morning to all of you as well. Definitely bundle up if you haven't been outside yet. Our numbers are still in the 30s, and that wind still whipping around a bit, so it feels like we're in the 20s. You can see the sun is shining right here in Towson from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. 34, your number in Cockeysville. 36 currently in Towson. Same number in Baltimore City down through Glen Burnie, and 36 as well in Dundalk. And some of us about 10 to 15 degrees colder than where we were yesterday at this time. So if you are going to get out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, we're talking upper 30s and lower 40s. Layer up. Highs in the 40s today. We're a bit warmer with less wind tomorrow. And you can see on the right side of your screen, we're tracking rain on Saturday. More on that forecast in just a few minutes.
Students in one Anne Arundel County community finally have a bus to take them to and from school.
This comes less than a week after Fox 45 exposed how middle school students were traveling nearly 4.5 miles on their own to get to class.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joins us live to explain that the bus isn't coming from Anne Arundel County schools, though. Good morning, Chris.
Yeah, good morning. It's a pretty interesting story. So Fox 45 first ran this story about Mead Village, which is a public housing complex in Anne Arundel County. And for most of this school year, the kids in that area have not had a bus to take them to and from school. So Project Baltimore highlighted 2 weeks ago how some of these students are traveling 4.5 miles on their own. They're in middle school to get to school, which includes walking 1.5 miles on a highway that has no sidewalks to get to MacArthur Middle School, which is on Fort Meade Base. Well, after we aired that story, a private contractor had seen it, came forward, and offered to drive these students to school, to and from school, every single day until the school year, until the Anne Arundel County schools can be able to get a bus to take them regularly, which the county has not been able to do. So a private contractor in a couple days has been able to do what Anne Arundel County has not been able to do in more than 3 months.
Who's paying for this, Chris?
No one. So the lady, Briggs 2 Transportation is what it's called. She's doing it for free. And, you know, and the irony here is that this is a school system with a $1.5 billion budget. $1.5 billion, and a private contractor is taking kids to school for free because the school system can't figure out how to get buses to Mead Village to pick up these kids every day. So similar to other situations where Project Baltimore has investigated to try to help people in the school system, like in Baltimore City or Baltimore County, the Anne Arundel County superintendent will not do an interview with us, will not answer to the concerns of these parents in Mead Village, will not speak to the situation, is completely avoiding Project Baltimore, even though the new superintendent who started on July 1st put on his website. He's going to make himself available to the media. But in this situation, guys, he's not.
All right, Chris Papps, thank you. Well, now to a city in crisis. We're following Baltimore's controversial pension bill, and after much anticipation, Mayor Brandon Scott decided to veto the legislation.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with reaction and what this veto means moving forward. Olivia.
Megan and Patrice, some believe that Mayor Scott vetoing the pension bill shows that the people here in Baltimore have a voice. Now, the mayor says he believes there are potential ethical issues with this pension bill, and he must maintain the public's trust.
It's good to see him do, the right thing for the people of Baltimore. And it's really, just goes back to showing how the people of Baltimore have a voice. I mean, over 72% of people voted for Question K, which kind of sparked all of this. And what it shows that, people can get things done when they put names on papers and go to the ballot box. And not only that, make their voices heard when it comes to city council, social media, all these type of things. So, the people of Baltimore are starting to be heard.
That was Giovanni Patterson from the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, who believes Mayor Scott's decision gives some power back to the people. The pension bill was backed by Council President Nick Mosby and attempted to reduce the number of years needed for city leaders to receive lifetime benefits for part-time work, going from 12 years to just 8. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly voting for Question K, which puts term limits on elected leaders.
When we were campaigning for Question K, when it came to term limits, there was not a single argument made, well, what's going to happen with their pensions? That never came up. So the people of Baltimore spoke on saying, hey, we want term limits. We're the ones that pay taxes to pay your salary. We don't want to be dictated by the ones who we pay. So, for him to introduce a companion bill, as he's calling it, I think that was just done in the name of self-interest.
And Peace says moving forward, it will continue to train people to be the next generation of leaders and will help get people elected that don't have self-serving interests. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Our countdown to Christmas continues. Keep watching this morning as you still have a chance to win one of our amazing prizes.
And sunny and breezy for the afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know what we can expect for the first weekend of December. 8:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on your Weather Authority forecast. Overall, lots of sun that is out there. It is still cold this morning. I think we see Mark out there somewhere on that boat hanging out with all of his friends there. But either way, we are going to see those temperatures that are going to stay chilly. So grab a jacket as you head out and the sunglasses, but no need for the umbrella today. We do have rain in our future. We'll talk about it coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 8:41. You can look your best at holiday parties and gatherings without breaking your budget. Genevieve Gorder is here to share one of her favorite skincare products in today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, we have one of the hottest trends from one of your favorite beauty brands and anti-aging brands, Wrinkles Schminkles. Now, every time they come onto the show, and they've been coming on since the very beginning, we sell out. So pay attention because this is a new product. These are their self-dissolving microneedle patches, and here's how they work. You simply peel off the patch, apply with a bit of pressure, and you'll start to see the incredible results. I like to wear these overnight, and they literally melt into your skin. The microneedles are actually crystals on the patch infused with ingredients to plump and hydrate your skin, just like microneedling. A favorite celebrity skin treatment that you can now do at home. Collagen and peptides melt away and infuse deep down into the skin, helping smooth those fine lines and wrinkles, whether it's around your mouth, by your eyes, between your eyes. We all have our areas. Now, most skin treatments sit on top of your skin. The patches work below the surface, and the results come from inside out, into the dermal layers of your skin. We always sell out on Wrinkles Schminkles, so do not wait on this. They come in a pack of 4. Get a few boxes, try them out. Trust me, the results are fantastic. The deal on Wrinkles Schminkles microneedle patches is 25% off. These are a must-have in any beauty routine. Simply go to asadeals.com.
It is 8:45. It is the most wonderful time of year, and the 49th annual Mayor's Christmas Parade is happening this weekend. Grab the family, grab your friends, enjoy just the moment of holiday cheer. Chairman of the Christmas Parade Committee, the one and only Tom Kerr, who puts this and makes this all happen, puts it on, along with Miss Yuletide 2022, Georgia Uwanu, joining us live to share more. Both of you, thank you so much for being here.
Thank
and
you
Tom,
for
you did
having
it.
us.
You pulled it off. There were some roadblocks here. We were worried it might not happen.
There were some roadblocks, but we finally got together, and everything's a go. And expect good weather. Where is he?
Oh,
he's in charge.
He's working on it, apparently.
Yeah, he's working on the weather, and looks like it's going to be great. Great. We have a lot of bands and floats and big balloons that go up in the air.
This is just a tradition here in Baltimore. This is the biggest parade that we have in the state of Maryland, and to have it here in our backyard is special.
It's great to have really good things going on in Baltimore, and we have people come from all over the city and the state to watch the parade, and no problem, have great things,
and always new faces. Miss Yuletide, congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
So what are you thinking as you get ready for this parade this weekend? Are you excited?
I'm very excited. This is my first year doing it, so I am a little nervous, but I'm really excited and honored.
You got to get your wave down.
Yes.
And candy, are they throwing candy this year?
Hand out candy.
Hand it out. Better to be safe. I'm so excited for you. It's going to be so much fun. I was telling you, Tom, in commercial, about 4 or 5 years ago, my daughter and I did the parade, and we're in it. And to this day, she talks about how special it was. And just to see the streets lined with people, everyone's smiling and excited. It is bringing communities together.
Yes, yes. We've never had any problems. And Mayor Schaefer, he was the one that started the parade,
right.
And that's why we always call it the Mayor's Christmas Parade, even though the Hamden business community sponsors it.
I got to ask you, as we're looking at some of this video, where do you think the best seat is for this parade?
I would say right at where it starts, probably Western Complex, or at 36 and Falls on 36th Street.
And do you know what you're going to be riding in? Do you know what kind of car you're going to be in?
I don't. I just know that I'm going to be the first float going in. Waving.
Oh, wonderful.
So, yes, I'm going to be leading it, and I'm very excited.
That's a big honor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
Well, we're excited again, happening this Sunday. Weather looks pretty good for this. And how long do you think the parade will last? It's usually about
3 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we thank you for all you do to make this happen and keep this tradition alive.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Of course. And again, congratulations to you. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
A lot of people waving to you and cheering.
Yeah, I think I will really enjoy it. It's going to be really fun.
Well, it's happening Sunday. Let's bring meteorologist Justin Chambers into this conversation. Tom called you out a little bit ago, Justin.
I know. We were talking in the lobby. Hey, can you do the wave for me right there? Can I see your wave? Both of you?
Make sure you got it down.
There it is. Here it is. You got it. Yeah, you guys are doing well. I love that. By the way, guys, it is going to be dry. It's going to be cold. It's December. But he was saying, what, one of you guys wearing shorts or something like that? That is such bananas. But, you know, that's Baltimore. It can be warm. It can be cold. And so we are excited to have that parade go for Sunday. And we'll take a look at that 7-day forecast here in just a moment. Actually, Jonathan and Jasmine from our Weather Authority team will also be in the parade representing Fox 45. Weather headlines looking like this. 36 right now, upper 40s by the end of the day today or by the afternoon. So it will be slightly warmer on Friday, but then more rain is on the way for us for the weekend. We're going to be breezy today, too. So even with those temperatures in the 40s, it's going to feel a little bit colder than that. Here's a look at our HD radar. We're tracking a few snow showers in the Great Lakes region over parts of northern Pennsylvania, but overall, ridge of high pressure settling in nicely. Upper 30s and lower 40s as you continue to rise and shine with us, maybe shifting over to brunch mode and thinking about mimosas and Bloody Marys. Hanging out at Fells there, and we'll see those temperatures into the 10 o'clock hour, right about 40 degrees. And we'll see those numbers as we get into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour, back to the upper 40s for today. We'll see the temperatures right about 43 into the 4 and 5 o'clock hour as you are representing happy hour. Keeping those 40s around here for Carroll and Baltimore counties for our highs today. 43 Reisterstown in the Hereford zone, 47 in Towson, 48 in Baltimore City. Numbers up and down the 95 corridor. corridor, staying in the 40s, too, for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., mid-40s down the ocean, and 42 in Cumberland. So VFR today, pilots, visual flight rules, great day to fly, just a bit breezy. You'll definitely be practicing those crosswind takeoffs and landings with that west-northwesterly wind, about 290 here this afternoon. Here's why. Ridge of high pressure right there. So we're going to get around that top of that ridge. It's that clockwise flow, and we see the westerly wind later today. Then the ridge shifts off to the east tomorrow, and underneath that we get the southerly wind. So turning to more of a 150 for tomorrow, even 180 in terms of your heading. And on Saturday, well, here comes the rain again. That's what the Eurythmics said. So we are talking about showers on Saturday morning into about 10, 11 o'clock, right as you're watching the USA in our World Cup match here on Fox 45. By Saturday afternoon, we're going to see a lot more of that sunshine drying out nicely, but then much colder as we get into Sunday. But again, Sunday is staying dry. Shout out to Dawn G, Jake, Elliott, and Tyrus, the doggies right there. They're ready for the holidays. Love that shot. Thank you very much, Dawn, for sending that picture in. 7-day forecast looks like this. Upper 40s today with lower 50s tomorrow. 62 on Saturday, but then only 46 for the Ravens game and for that parade on Sunday, even though we are dry. It's time to take a look at a view through your window. This is from the Jones family, and look at that. The family Christmas tree looking good at this time. Thank you for that, Jones family. Got the big J right there. We'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We've got an incident on on 83 right now, the JFX southbound at Cold Spring Lane. Don't see it right here on our traffic camera, but we are hearing there is stop and go traffic back to Ruxton Road. So keep that in mind as you're heading into the city this morning. Topping your morning business report, DoorDash is cutting more than 1,200 corporate jobs. The company posting record revenues while millions sheltered at home through the pandemic. But the profits haven't kept pace as people venture out. The company says it's now losing about 70 cents for each order that it fills. DoorDash is the latest company to announce cuts recently, including Twitter, Amazon, and Facebook. Airbnb, meantime, wants to let renters rent out their apartments. Up until now, the site has been limited to homeowners, but the company is launching a new side of the venture. It's partnering with landlords and apartment companies to allow renters to offer part-time rentals from their units. An Airbnb survey found that 4 out of 10 hosts are using their rental income to cover higher living costs due to inflation. HelloFresh doing its part to get you in the holiday spirit. The meal delivery service is out with a new meal kit inspired by the movie Elf. Ready for this? You can make Buddy's famous or infamous Christmas spaghetti here. It's not your traditional spaghetti. We got candy, we got treats, we got, of course, maple syrup. This one might be slightly more appetizing. HelloFresh calling it, quote, chocolate-forward versions that stays true to Buddy the Elf's dish, incorporating crushed chocolate cereal, various chocolate candies, marshmallows, and, of course, syrup. No word on noodles, though. I'm wondering if there's going to be spaghetti noodles still, because that's kind of the main part.
I hope there's Pop-Tarts. I mean, you just saw the video there. I mean,
the s'mores Pop-Tarts he puts
crumbles
on.
them right in there. Oh, wow. This is cool. I get to do stuff.
Yay.
It's time to open up our next gift in our Countdown to Christmas giveaway.
This is it.
Oh,
Here we go.
Anything to unwrap?
No, but do you want to help me, or do you want to read what it is inside?
I'll read what it is. What's in there, Meg?
So we're going to open the gift first,
Yeah.
and then you can call in and win. So you ready?
Yeah.
Oh, Justin, it's exciting.
Where's the music? I don't even get music
the
for
drum
my
roll.
segment.
Oh, it's going to
There
be
it is.
exciting. All right.
Okay, it's an envelope.
Inside the envelope, another envelope. Be merry and bright. Oh, there's something in here, Justin.
Ooh.
Oh, tell them what they've won.
Ladies and gentlemen, lace up your skates and head to the harbor. This is a 4-pack of tickets for free skate passes to the Inner Harbor Ice Rink. Woo! It can be used for adults and kids, and they also include skate rentals. This is a prize package worth more than $50.
Wow. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
I'd like this. Well, now's your time to call in and win this. The number on your screen right now, 410-481-4545. Caller number what? 10.
10.
Right now gets to take home this gift. Good luck and congratulations. That's really nice.
410-481-4545. Very cool. Countdown to Christmas continues. Also, our 10-day forecast is coming up. We're going to be breaking down what we can expect for the weekend and for the next couple of days after that. But in the meantime, it's time for a coffee break.
That'd be really nice at the ice rink, too. Stay warm out on the ice. Think about that.
There's nothing in here.
Oh, my goodness. A live look from the ice skating rink at the Inner Harbor where Chablis from Baltimore and 3 of her friends are going to be heading. She was our winner in our countdown to Christmas.
Yeah, and not only the ice skating tickets, the rentals, the skate rental.
Right.
I mean, everything is paid for you. Chablis, have a great time. That is awesome.
Fun. And I think that opens at 10 a.m., so they're getting the ice ready right now.
Love it. Yeah, and cold enough today, Meg, to do some ice skating. Check out our 10-day forecast. It will be breezy today. Upper 40s, going to feel more like the lower 40s outside with that wind. Now, tomorrow, less wind and temperatures warmer. So tomorrow, actually, probably one of the nicest days over the next few. Saturday's going to be rainy, but we'll be watching the World Cup here on Fox 45. Ravens game. Mayor's Christmas parade. Cold on Sunday, but dry.
Makes you feel festive, though,
It does, absolutely. And then lower 50s into early next week.
Any thought of snow? Obviously, 50s, it's out. Is there anything in the...
So in the long-range models, it does look like we have the potential to get something possibly by the end of next week. But overall, the long-range models don't look very favorable for snow for this season.
You know, people are going to start asking you.
They already are.
White Christmas?
No.
Have a great day, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Maybe?
No.